I found a document here that says he is storing bombs. Hey guys! Well, welcome back, everybody. It's me. I have a bunch of guys riding in shotgun about to... I love you bitches so much, Villa. Thank you for the immediate fucking alert noise. I forgot I made that a sound alert. I have not played around with my alert settings or channel point things at all. I was originally gonna turn some stuff off for this. I probably won't be responding to shit like New Scarf because I'm keeping this on. So I'm sorry. A lot has happened in the last month. I had a very lovely holiday season. I got a little guy. Q sent me this little guy. He's been sitting at my desk ever since. He's a little crocheted heartless. I don't have any plushies thematic to this stream. I will find a Solid Snake plushie one day. And I will squeeze his fat little ass.
Why did you say it like that, huh?
Oh my god.
Legitimately, I do think that there would be those big titty mouse pads and everything. I feel like there would be one of those for Snake.
Why?
Yeah.
But why did you say it like that?
Absolutely, I could find it in 5 minutes.
I genuinely I wholeheartedly believe you. Thanks for the hype train that just triggered, guys. Holy shit. Thanks, Q.
Oh my god, it's the first. It's the
But
first.
but this, by the way, that burp was brought to you by my resident historian and research assistant Q, who really made this a complete stream. Without him, the historical part of this stream would not be possible. So thank you legitimately, and thank you for gifting that sub.
Okay, I have found not a titty mouse pad, but I did find one that is Solid Snake's cakes.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's what I meant.
So Bungie, I really wanted to gift you a gift sub, and then you started talking about ass mouse pads, and I just...
Rude.
All right.
You'll be having
so a quick bit of I'm gonna give a bit of prologue to how I'm gonna handle this. I am, unlike Kingdom Hearts, where I did this in release order, because you cannot follow that series chronologically. It just unravels in on itself. I did this one chronologically. I start this presentation at Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, which takes place in 1964, and I go chronologically from there. I did this because the way Kojima's story interacts with history is kind of insane and interesting. It poses an interesting little theory about the 20th and 21st centuries, which I'll get into later. It was also really fucking difficult to do it this way. But I think it made a more fleshed out story, and I'm really excited. I also to show some restraint and to preserve my sanity, I cut out games I consider the Metal Gear Apocrypha. These include Portable Ops, Revengeance, Acid, Survive, and partly because I would have added a lot more work for a lot less payoff, and I want to go into Revengeance blind. I haven't played it at all. I have no idea what happens. So after this stream, I'm probably going to play Revengeance or some shit.
Yes.
I'm so fucking excited. I had no idea it was by the same team as Bayonetta also, and when I learned that, I was like, oh fuck yeah, I have to play this.
It's legitimately one of my favorite games. I cannot wait.
I'm so fucking pumped.
I'm terrified. That news is terrifying.
Without further ado, welcome to Mojave Gear Solid. We are joined by special guest and gun move mocap expert Tornado Yoshida, pictured below me. I've simply put him here as a little homage to one of my favorite little guys. And a quick, huge thank you to Terrafe for this art of me and Innkeeper, who unfortunately could not make it tonight. This was fucking incredible. If I got anything out of this, it was having art of me as Snake, which
thank you, Tara, and also thank you, Faye.
Yes.
Indeed.
I will say I very much like the bird.
Yeah, the
That's,
bird is.
that's the thing. That's cool.
It's for. All right. So, before I start diving into this, I'm gonna go down this list of people over here and ask, just like I did with Bloodborne and Kingdom Hearts, what's your experience with this series? So I know what I'm working with. Q, let's start with you.
My love, you have been info dumping to me about this for about a month.
I sure have.
I have never, ever touched, thought about, breathed on, or played a single one of these.
All right, Fish, how about you?
Okay, sorry for the profile change.
What did you just change that to?
Herbert West at Claire's going to saw open your head. Because
Excellent, thank you.
why not?
Continue.
So as I explained to you guys earlier, my friend who is currently DMing me right now, hi Daniel, explained this series to me very late at night and very quickly, and all I remember is Huey's an asshole, Strangelove MILF, and Quiet breathes through her skin.
So, babe,
Yeah.
they want you to turn up Fish.
Hang on, I can do that real quickly. One sec. All right, I'll fix you a little
don't
bit.
call Huey a bitch boy. That's me. I'm bitch boy.
Ah, you're not
Also,
Huey.
my friend Daniel says, the game that you need to play is crackhead nonsense, and you will very much enjoy it.
CT, what is your experience?
So this might sound a little odd, but I've played the first 3 games. However, I played them in a one of the deepest depressions of my life, in a deep dissociative state, and so I remember approximately 5% of them.
I see.
know for a fact that I have played these games. However, I watched a friend play Metal Gear Solid 2 just by chance the other day, and it felt completely alien to me. I knew for a fact that I had played this game, but I didn't recognize a single thing that was happening.
Fascinating.
Interesting. I'm sorry about the depression.
It's okay. This series feels like a dream to me.
It really even to okay, literally like maybe it's because I've literally been able to think about nothing but this series for the past like month. But yeah, I'm literally dreaming about this fucking game.
Also, though, I Metal Gear Revengeance is one of my favorite games of all time. I can effectively speedrun that game, and I love it to death. So that's most of my effective context for the Metal Gear series.
Very fair. Most people have like one game that they like is their like kind of their segue into the series. For most people, it's 5. Like Fish, most of your references were from 5. My reference point for
also Revolver Ocelot.
Revolver Ocelot. Most of my reference for this game comes from Metal Gear Solid 3. That's the game I was like introduced to. Vorp, how about you?
That Kojima Space.
Well, pushes the metaphysical glasses up my nose. I know nothing. I put all my skill points into being curvy. Everything I know has been from you talking to me about it, off and on, significantly less than Q, over the course of the past month or so. And every more I learn, I go, my brain feels like it grows, but not in a positive way, more like it's straining against my skull. So I'm really excited to do this. My goal is to not fall asleep like I did in the other lore stream. That's it. That's my only goal.
Yeah,
Can
I think you'll be.
Ask a preemptive question. Is it like the time where in Kingdom Hearts it's like anti-knowledge?
If it gets as bad as Kingdom Hearts.
There are points. Okay.
Because I know this is based off of actual history in some parts.
That doesn't help. That does not help.
It does a lot of things, but it doesn't help.
There are a lot of points. There are specific points where it's like I feel like I'm learning less, but for the most part, like I think Kojima deserves a lot of props as a storyteller. Like I think he made a plot and story that I think was very compelling, and very interesting, not very coherent. But I think that's that's to its advantage, as opposed to Kingdom Hearts, where like the plot doesn't fucking matter at all. Who cares?
Kojima is genuinely good at writing complicated spy thrillers, where part of it is not really knowing what's happening all the time. He's not terribly good at writing coherent stories.
Can I insert a technical comment?
Yeah.
The people want Bean turned up.
I was turning her up. Don't worry.
Okay.
Right now I can see chat, so I can like I'm responding to all those.
Oh, Pog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I serve as the go-between?
Sure. I think of it this way. Kingdom Hearts is compelling because like its characters are relatable and emotionally moving. In this one, I don't think Kojima knows how to like write anybody you can actually relate to. Everyone in his games is like so like alien and doesn't behave in any way that makes sense.
They're almost allegories for something.
They really, yeah. They're like every single character is a thesis. But
if someone told me that they related to a Kohima character, I feel like my reaction
say that again.
Would be,
say that again. Say that again, Bean. Say that again for me. He's Japanese.
He's Spanish.
Hideo Kojima.
Guillermo del Toro's nickname for him.
We're all
you know he accidentally called him that once.
Wait, for real?
I don't know that for sure, but I fucking believe it did.
He would pronounce his name. He would say Hideo Kojima. Like
yeah.
Off to a great start.
Hey, before
they related to one of these characters, I think my response would be something similar to someone like similar but opposite of someone telling me they relate to like the Joker.
If someone told me that they see themselves in a Metal Gear Solid character, I would believe that as much as I said they made money off cryptocurrency.
You guys know that image of the person like grabbing the person by the shoulder and it's bleeding?
Yes.
Right.
That's what I would do to them.
Yeah.
Hey,
before we start,
we get to the last person, do I have a false memory of like a hologram of Junji Ito in this game series?
He's in Death Stranding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tons of people cameo in Death Stranding. Conan O'Brien cameos in Death Stranding.
Conan O'Brien's in Death Stranding.
I thought 100% I imagined that, but wrong series.
No, Kojima also just loves putting his friends in his games. Like, that's part of the reason he put Del Toro in, is just because they're legitimately friends after Silent Hills failed. Like, yeah.
I'm being told I'm very quiet.
Yeah.
I'm being told I'm very quiet.
That's whack. I have you mixed pretty high. York,
Hi.
What experience do you have with this wonderful Misbegotten series?
I know 3 things about Metal Gear. 1, Snake is gay. 2, Psycho Mantis can read your PS2's memory card. And 3, Revolver Ocelot has a gun.
Very close. Solid Snake is gay. Psycho Mantis reads your PS1 memory card.
Oh, really? Okay.
And Revolver Ocelot has anywhere between 1 and 3 guns.
Shit.
Oh,
okay.
I really thought you were going to
and at one point he has every single gun in the world.
What?
They call me 3 Guns Ocelot, and they count to my 3 guns.
He literally his like one of his first lines in the series when he appears is, "Now you'll see why they call me Revolver." After he spins his guns for like a minute and a half. It's like, I think I already know.
Can someone reenact that gun it's wild.
I feel like I really lost brain cells watching that clip. I just really need to impress this upon you guys.
So, are we ready? Let's let me open this up. Yeah.
My friend told me that there's a guy with the power of bees. I don't know what that means.
We'll get to him. All facts will be revealed momentarily. Now, before I get into the series proper, we gotta talk about Kojima. I want to take a moment to just do a brief little character study of this man.
All these images
My
are
favorite
him.
guy, Guillermo del Toro.
Oh,
Hell
wait, I
yeah.
don't know who the people on the left are.
That is
I didn't
from left
David
left to
Bowie.
right. From left to right, that is Stanley Kubrick, Guillermo del Toro, David Bowie, and Mads Mikkelsen.
Approaching Stanley Kubrick with ill
So-
intent.
Hideo Kojima, born August 24th, 1967, should have made movies. Active since 1987, Kojima has achieved a sort of video game auteurism, elevating himself and his work to the same status one might associate with Orson Welles and Stanley Kubrick, despite owing much of his success to his consistently talented team of designers, artists, and animators. Many of my favorite people involved in Hideo Kojima's games are not Hideo Kojima. I legitimately think Yoji Shinkawa is one of, like, the best artists and character designers in, like, all of, like, video games. Except for when he designs women, because what the fuck are you doing, buddy?
Yeah.
Skip class that day, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just it's like Kojima. You want, like, what's that, Hideo? You want me to make another Russian titty lady? I got you, king. Yep. No one can argue that his game design is some of the most innovative in the business, and his storycraft is intricate to match. His auteurism, at least in Metal Gear, less so in his recent Death Stranding, came about as he saw his creative path in video games rather than in film. His friends, coworkers, and mentors all mocked and berated this decision, except for his mother, who supported him wholeheartedly from the start. He cites her as the only person who ever had his back and one of his greatest inspirations.
Aw.
He initially
That's
wished
really
to...
Sweet.
It really
on.
is. Yeah, like, people dunk on Kojima for, like, oh, well, you have mommy issues, because, like, there's a lot of, like, mother figure kind of characters that are, like, very obviously like that. But no, like, that actually speaks to a more profound relationship. I actually found that really moving.
If
That's
you
really- hold on, that's
make
really sweet.
fun of
Mommy issues.
if you make fun of people for legitimately like finding comfort and support in your like parental figures, I know like we're not going to get into like the parental issues I have because that's not what this room is about, but like objectively I am approaching you with hands shaking ready to
Yeah.
throttle you.
Yeah, it's like, it's not a bad thing to, like, love your mother
It's-
and, like, and
yeah.
appreciate that she's proud of you.
Oh, this who likes his mom.
Oh, idiot.
I can't relate to him, and therefore his experience can't be real.
Dum
Wow,
dum.
what a fucking asshole.
Oh,
He
fuckhead.
likes his mom.
Idiot. Likes
Um,
his
Fucking
mom.
idiot.
Has a supportive family structure. Wow.
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 Can't
Little
relate.
Look at
Must
you,
be
little
nice.
bitch
Hate
boy.
to be him.
That's literally what people said. Like, based on who he talked about, that's how people talk to him. Um,
That sucks.
he initially, through Metal Gear, wished
That's
to make a
accurate.
story challenging the Great Man theory that supported his auteurism at the start. So, like, a lot of Metal Gear 1 to Metal Gear Solid 2 are very much about, like, Snake and anti-heroism. He consistently makes game that, like, rejects the idea that Snake is some kind of hero, while at the same time kind of trying to establish himself as that similar great man behind the story. So there's a weird little bit of irony to what he's doing. I think it's
May
like, yeah.
May I ask a question?
What's that?
Could you clarify what auteurism for the boys?
Auteurism. We were talking about this a little bit before we went live.
Yeah, before the chat.
Auteurism, an auteur is basically the person behind the work. It's like, and it's specifically this idea that, like, only this person could have created this work. It's like,
It's the director of a film or the artist behind a painting. It's
Yeah.
the person that made the piece of art.
yeah, and the
you're
link
so
between an
right.
auteur and their work is so intricate that, like, you cannot understand one without the other. Like, an example I would give is, like, the long shot in Orson Welles' Touch of Evil is on, like, you can dissect it on its own, but what a lot of film critics will do because of, like, this whole auteur theory is, like, what it actually means isn't important. What matters is that Orson Welles is behind the shot. So let's start with that to help us understand this. Like, the idea of, like, an intrinsic link between the person and their work. Unfortunately, so Kojima makes a video game about anti-heroism. Unfortunately, a gamer demands a hero. And after Metal Gear Solid 2's attempt to subvert Snake as the central character of the series, which I think he did a fucking fantastic job at that, unfortunately, he folds. And resigned to making a whole bunch of other games about Snake. Still, his style and vision have been influential outside of the world of video games, and his utterly conventional stories have rarely been replicated in film or game alike. And you see this guy's idiosyncrasies and interests in his games like all the time. I cannot emphasize how much he like adores the people on this screen. Like
later, I do want to ask you about your opinion. I know there has been a Metal Gear Solid movie in the works for a long time, and I do want to ask your opinion about that. At some point, it doesn't have to be Mo.
I don't think it's happening. I think it's just as likely as the Uncharted movie. Like, I think like so much is complicating and like not like so much of that project is just like not really. There doesn't seem to be any real momentum to it, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know legally
Uncharted
might be
movie's
also
coming
a
out.
no-go.
Yeah, it would be really hard to like now that Kojima's left. Okay, so in 2015, Kojima releases Metal Gear Solid 5, the last Metal Gear game he ever made. Konami, because Konami hates making money, decided to cut basically half of the content Kojima wanted to produce. A lot of it has been recreated and preserved in the form of like incomplete cutscenes, but there was a lot of unfinished story that he didn't get to produce, and he had a bit of resentment for that. But what really made him left was when Silent Hills was canceled. He was going to make a Silent Hill reboot with Guillermo del Toro helping him direct the project. And Konami canceled it out from
Weeping and crying and screaming.
Konami canceled this out from under him, and this is what made him leave. Now he runs his own studio, and under which he released Death Stranding. Konami still holds the rights to Metal Gear. So yeah, there is a legal situation behind like any sort of like revitalization or adaptation of this series.
They really took that away from me.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
I will,
Fucked up.
yeah.
Like that, you know, that meme of like, you know, Society If, and it's like that, like some like
yeah.
a solar punk utopia. That's literally Society If Silent Hills came out.
I cannot explain to you all how much Guillermo del Toro means to me. I literally call myself Fish because one of my favorite characters ever is Abe Sapien.
I believe you. Before I get into the timeline, the first Metal Gear game came out in 1987. This series is going to be 35 years old this year.
Oh my god.
I didn't realize.
Yeah!
I didn't realize
That's insane.
It is an
I didn't
old,
realize it came out.
It's an old fucking series. Also, I'd say Metal Gear came out in there's one scene in Metal Gear Solid 1 that is when the series really came out. Now, the first game was supposed to be a bit more of like a high-paced action game where Kojima initially envisioned you taking on like several enemies at once, but because of hardware limitations, he couldn't really have more than 3 enemies on screen at a time. So he decided to scale back his ambitions and make a sort of stealth game. It was very, very bare bones. You're basically just like walking around and hiding behind boxes with no real like none of like the stealth mechanics that the series is known for. I don't even think the box comes into play. But like, because of this hardware limitation, he ended up making a game that was very unique, very memorable, and extremely innovative. And that's how we end up here. So, without further ado, we begin our story with Metal Gear Solid 3, released in 2004 on the PlayStation 2. This game, we begin in 1964. It is the height of the Cold War. A former Green Beret and Fox Unit rookie, Jack, has just performed the world's first ever Halo jump, Halo meaning high altitude, low opening, into Yarsk, a small country in the Soviet Union, which does not exist. His mission is to retrieve Nikolai Sokolov, a Soviet weapons scientist who recently defected to the United States, but has been forced to return. He is working on some sort of black project for this, for the Spetsnaz GRU, who are attempting a coup against Khrushchev's regime at the time. He immediately speaking to his mission commander, a man named David O, who goes by mostly known as Major Zero, known in this mission as Major Tom, the first of a few David Bowie references.
Nice.
He tells Jack, we'll be using codenames for this mission. Yours will be Naked Snake.
Why would you do that to him?
My dude touches down after like the biggest jump, like after this enormously unreasonably high skydive, and immediately gets told, we'll be using codenames, Jack. Yours will be Dick Cockman.
Where's that one meme that's like, yes, been there, done that, currently doing that, and you will be Eagle too?
Yep. Oh yeah, that. His name is Naked Snake. The reason that they give is Naked is an homage to the Fox unit's procure on-site policy, going in with like no equipment, only scrapping together what he can find off of nearby enemies, and using the most bare-bones survival skills possible.
Damn, he's not going in, whole ass and tits out? That's sad.
You can strip down out of your camo, though. You can go tits out.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Yeah.
Called authenticity.
Mm-hmm. This game introduces a very robust survival mechanic, where you, like, have a pretty in-depth, like, first aid on yourself, but you can also eat damn near anything you catch. I spent a lot of my time in this game throwing flashbangs in a cave and picking up raw bats and just eating them whole, and just that's how I would restore my health.
It is hard to describe how intricate the mechanics of the first couple Metal Gear games are. Like,
yeah,
you can capture bees and then throw the beehives at enemies. Like, it's ridiculous.
That just sounds as feral as Corvo picking up a rat and just crunching on it raw.
It's even more. It's like even more like batshit like primal
I need you to
than Corvo.
That Corvo eating rats is directly inspired by Snake eating bats in the jungle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that
Okay,
sounds
good.
very, like, really inspired.
There are some animals that you can eat in this game wherein like it'll show a brief cinematic of him eating it, and the shot of him eating a snake is the most primal thing I've ever seen.
It's so fucking
How does it compare to Red Dead 2 skinning animation?
It's worse. It's
Wait,
even
really?
more like yeah.
comedically worse. It's so visceral and amazing. Like,
It's so good.
My uncle ate a
it's
snake once.
visceral and amazing, but with like PS2 graphics. It's
So it's like also like really janky.
Fun fact, my uncle ate a snake once. He said it was one of the worst things he ever tasted.
I want to eat a snake so bad.
Yeah, Snake. Yeah, Snake himself loves snakes. He says they taste amazing. He is supported during this mission by a support team, paramedic, named for, which stands for medic who goes in by parachute. In 1964, the idea of an EMT and a paramedic had not been invented yet. He has also a brief little bit of biography about Snake. Let me just see here. Born in 1935, Snake has known combat since he was a young man. He came into his own during the Korean War, where he met his mentor, who I'll get to in a moment, and learned his skills, including the combat style of CQC, Close Quarters Combat, which he helped develop. In 1954, Snake took part in the Bikini Atoll nuclear tests and was rendered sterile via exposure to the radiation. Most other people who participated in the test died of leukemia. But Snake is built different, so he's fine. In 1964,
but he can't.
He is not fucking in trucking.
Yeah,
he is not fucking in trucking.
Yeah,
Pour
although
one
he
out
can,
for the
although he is canonically hung.
Good for him.
In 1964,
Good for him.
Snake was serving with the Green Berets, where he became an expert in urban stealth and sniping. By this time, Jack had also been awarded various commendations, including the Army Achievement Ribbon, the Good Conduct Ribbon, Defense Distinguished Service Ribbon, Korean Service Ribbon, the Vietnam Service Ribbon, and the Distinguished Service Cross Ribbon, along with several others.
Damn boy.
Yeah, so in combat since he was 15 years old, and has been fighting ever since. Zero. I want to give a bit of biography on this guy, because he's pretty important. Born in
Which-
1909.
Which guy is this?
Which
is
guy?
Zero
On screen, Zero is that dude on the bottom right next to the Fox logo. That scary guy with the hat. I'll talk about him in a moment.
The guy with the giant scar?
Yeah, the guy with the giant scar. That's Major Zero.
Okay.
Born in 1909, Major Zero, also known as David O, had a long career spanning service in Lay Force, SAS, MI6, and the CIA, where he served in World War II and beyond as a classified planning specialist. During his term in SAS, he met a Hungarian assassin named Skullface, who's that guy at the bottom right, whom he recruited and promoted to his executive officer. In 1962, he helped traffic Nikolai Sokolov and his family to the United States, but was forced to return Sokolov during negotiations following the Cuban Missile Crisis. During Snake's briefing, Zero explains that the truth behind the Cuban Missile Crisis was that what actually happened in like real life was, in exchange for removing the Cuban missiles, the United States promised to pull their ICBMs out of Turkey. But Zero explains that was just a story for the public, a fabrication. The U.S. was going to pull those missiles out anyway. They were obsolete and served no strategic value. What the Soviet Union really wanted was Sokolov.
So this is Kojima alternate history, yes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe this is where the timelines diverge officially.
Yeah, this is, well, I'd say they diverge a little earlier, but we'll get into that. Let's see. At this time, in 1962, during the following the Cuban Missile Crisis, he officially forms the Fox Unit, against the wishes of the CIA. He also forms a counter unit, XOF, a covert support unit to ensure Fox's success. Skullface agrees to lead the XOF unit and provide tactical support during Snake's missions, such as the Virtuous mission, which we're about to embark on. But because of XOF's deep secrecy, like not even like some of the highest security clearance people in the CIA even know it exists, because he's essentially forced to live in the shadows, he begins to form a deep resentment for Major Zero and Snake. Along with Zero on the support team is a person from Snake's past. Enter the boss.
Oh.
Thanks for training with me, boss.
Different. Oh my god.
Different boss.
She
Different
is.
boss.
Ooh. So. The boss
That
is.
was a clown moment from me.
The
No.
boss.
This is the first time this is going to happen.
Oh no, don't worry about it.
I like that Ozarks in chat has said her, women, in all caps.
Yep, it's women. It's women.
Sorry.
It's time for women. This is one
Sorry,
of like.
that's my
Shout out
best
to women,
friend.
by the way.
That's my best friend who I was talking about earlier. Hi, Dave.
This is like one of 3 well-written women in Metal Gear. Like, I could think of one off the.
Honestly.
I could think of one off the top of my head, and there's like maybe one other. The bar is very low, unfortunately.
Boy, I do love women. Women moments.
I almost believe that Kojima simply doesn't know what a woman is. Simply, like, he's just so goddamn gay that he just doesn't even register like what a woman is.
I legitimately don't even think that's a joke.
So,
You
the
are
boss.
gay because you love men. I am gay because I hate women. We are not the same.
It's not even hatred. Like, he just doesn't know what to make of women.
Kojima's like an alien. Like it's like aliens could be gay. Legitimately, he just doesn't understand the concept of womanhood.
Honestly.
Yeah.
So, the boss was Snake's mentor, with whom he fought and trained with for 10 whole years. The boss is regarded as a legendary soldier, the mother of special forces, and Snake's mother figure. When asked why she left Snake, about 5 years before the start of this game, she claims that, she taught Snake all he needed to know. Snake wanted to learn a lot more from the boss, but the only thing that the boss felt she could teach Snake is technique. Everything else, how to think like a soldier, your personal motives, your loyalties, the emotion you carry into battle, the boss feels that those are things that Snake has to figure out for himself. Snake says that his only real loyalty is to whoever's in charge, doesn't really care who's calling the shots. The boss finds that incredibly irresponsible. There's no such thing as an absolute in who you're following. There's no such thing as an absolute enemy. The brass and their enemies all change with the times. Snake has to have loyalty to the end to something that is not just like an institution. That is what the boss is trying to impart on Snake right now. One of my favorite exchanges here is the boss goes, "You've lost weight," and Snake goes, "You could tell just by my voice," and she goes, "Of course, I know everything about you." And it's like, how can you know that?
Okay.
Let's see. A bit of biography on the boss. So, the boss's biography is delivered much later in the game, but I want to describe it right now. Born in 1922, the boss was raised from birth as a master spy and soldier. In World War II, she served with her unit, the Cobra Unit, in the North African campaign. She helped found Lay Force while advising for SAS, attempted an assassination on Manhattan Project scientist John Van Neumann, following
Holy
Soviet
shit.
misinformation that he was a Nazi spy. She and the Cobra Unit took part in the invasion of Normandy, during which she gave birth to a young baby boy whom she never saw again. The C-section operation left her with a scar on her chest resembling a snake. In 1947,
They sent a pregnant woman into the
she
invasion
just
of Normandy.
a third trimester pregnant woman willingly fucking partook in the D-Day invasion.
And how did the C-section reach her
Women
chest?
moments.
I have so many questions.
It was a
Women
battlefield
moments.
it was a battlefield C-section. It was super botched.
Yeah.
The baby survived, but
saying.
yeah, she got In 1947,
Being the paramedic, being like, yeah, actually, this like crazy spec ops agent is super pregnant right now. So you need to deliver a whole ass baby.
oh,
actually,
okay.
I would say that
grabs-
this might also
grabs a bone
contribute to the
saw and
theory
it's
that
just like, well, I hope she doesn't bleed out.
Right? It's just this is gonna go. However, this is gonna go.
Whatever
I also-
happens.
I
You
feel like this
can't, you
contributes
can't
to the
exactly say, all right, now push.
I feel
cute.
like this contributes to the theory that Kojima doesn't know what a woman is.
Yeah.
And that he doesn't know what a
Yeah.
C-section scar looks like or what that would even mean.
Oh my
No.
god. Well,
It's-
I'm gonna talk about Death Stranding sometime, and it's gonna come back to this.
Please do.
Wow, like, God forbid women go into labor on D-Day.
In 1947, due to the Cobra Unit's Soviet members, the Cobra Unit disbands due to internal tensions exacerbated by the Cold War. She then partook in nuclear tests in Nevada in 1951, which rendered her sterile 3 years before Snake. Then she went. Then serving in the Korean War, she met Snake, took him under her wing, and developed CQC with him. Then went on to develop the Halo School in North Carolina in 1957. Performed several secret operations in the Soviet Union, sabotaging their space program, and was the first person in space.
Somebody tell Neil Armstrong. Oh no, that's the first person on the moon. I'm an idiot.
I wish I knew who the first person in space was so I could make a joke here, but I don't have that knowledge, and so I can't make that joke. Which is further proof that it was actually Big Boss.
Yeah, it was actually the boss.
Any aeronauts in
Actually,
chat?
big boss. Let me Google that. Hold on.
Yeah,
was-
you'll find something about the Sputnik Sputnik mission, which I forgot to mention this. Sokolov designed the rocket for the Sputnik mission.
Wow,
Uh,
he designed thing that we'll get to later and rockets. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Google is telling me cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin.
Yuri Gagarin, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is great because they're talking about the Sputnik mission and Sokolov's involvement, and Snake just goes, "The Earth was blue, but there was no God," which comes out of nowhere. But that's a quote. That's a quote from Yuri Gagarin. But if you don't know that, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that shit is fucked up.
It's like,
Even the Yuri Gagarin quote. It's like a misquote of Yuri Gagarin.
oh my god.
Earth good, too much
it's-
water.
It's like if you go out to Panera Bread with Snake and he just suddenly out of nowhere goes, "I am become death, destroyer of worlds."
He doesn't even say it right. He says like, "I am become death destroyer of the world" or something.
Yeah.
He says, I will become
So-
Sir, this is a Panera.
I'm also just thinking about Sokolov
Alright.
helping with Sputnik, but then also inventing the blue and red potion that makes your health and MP better.
Yeah, more dishonored, yeah. Alright. So
Pierre's
after
Elixir and Sokolov's fucking man juice.
Yeah. So following Sneak's talk with the boss, he sneaks around through the jungle, tries not to alert the nearby KGB troops of his presence, as he doesn't want to trigger an international incident by being a US soldier sneaking into Soviet territory. He eventually finds the facility Sokolov is being held in, but is then assaulted by KGB troops, who have discovered him. Then those KGB are meet Revolver Ocelot.
Hi, buddy. Hi, guy.
The major of the major of the GRU Spetsnaz Ocelot unit, Major Ocelot, shows up, spitting his gay little guns, and shoots every member of the KGB dead. Mistakes Snake for the boss.
Twink obliterated.
Mistakes Snake for the boss. Kind of squints at him, turns around, and does this. And then summons his unit.
Sorry,
That
did
was
you
some
just
shit.
fucking meow at him?
Mojave,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pause real quick.
It's as loud as he can.
Pause real quick.
A bunch of KGB agents like drop from the sky.
Yeah.
Pause real quick.
Wait,
KGB agents
wait.
aside.
However stupid
Wait.
you're thinking this event happens, it is exactly that stupid.
It's so
Revolver-
dumb. It's so
Revolver-
good.
And
Mojave.
it gets
Revolver Ocelot
worse.
furry moments?
Sebastian,
Yeah.
did you practice that meow? Because it sounded really accurate.
I did not
Revolver-
practice it, but I have like I've like told people about this scene and I've like done that before. So I wouldn't call that practice.
I
Let's
promise,
see, we
however
have-
accurate you think, like Mojave's impression is, you should go watch the video for yourself. Because it really, it's just so much more feral than you think.
No,
We
I saw
have-
this recently. It's literally just a guy going. Exactly.
It's like
It's fucking unhinged.
it's
So we
like
have-
it's like Kojima was in the booth like, hey now Josh, that next line might confuse you, but I just want you to play it straight, okay?
You know why they called him Ocelot? Because just like a cat, he cleans himself with his tongue.
I hate that. I've never thought about that. I hate
I
it.
completely believe
I never
that.
wanna
He's
think
so
about it again.
smooth. He's so
Um,
smooth that I could believe that. Also, we have Catboy Mikulash. Why do we
I'm
not have Catboy
I'm not gonna be responding to those because they're gonna take up Tornado Yoshida. I was gonna like change to the channel point things for this. I'm sorry about that, guys. Anyway,
Catboy Ocelot.
so it's just him. It's just normal Ocelot. So
Put him in cat ears.
So Ocelot, Ocelot shows up with the GRU, a division of Spetsnaz, who's trying to perform a coup against the KGB, betrays the
And steal the
KGB.
moon.
Snake
Well,
then
in
immediately.
real life, the GRU are basically the precursor. Like the GRU are basically the Soviet special forces that were the precursor to the KGB.
But in
That's what
Kojima's whack ass alternate history, they not only exist at the same time, but also continue to exist like through the entirety of the Soviet Union's existence. Like
Yes.
they we're gonna cover the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, and Ocelot talks as though they like still exist.
Right.
And
Because
he's
the
still
GRU were disbanded like before World War II or something.
yeah, which is wild. Snake then takes down Ocelot's troops with CQC, gets Ocelot in a chokehold, and then starts lecturing him about his gun technique. Ocelot,
I won't lie, that's kind of high.
Recoil. That's more of a revolver technique, don't you think?
yeah, that's basically that's like the camera like slowly zooms in on Ocelot's face as he says this, as though he's like achieved some like deep truth. Then
And he
Please
has.
understand that while they're having this conversation, Ocelot has like a gun to Snake's head as he's on the floor, and it's extraordinarily homoerotic.
What happens then is Ocelot pulls a knife, tries to attack Snake again. Snake like judo chops him and he falls to the ground, he like leans in even closer to Ocelot and goes, "That was a pretty fancy shooting, though. You're pretty good." Ocelot like leans closer, goes, "Pretty good," and then passes out. It's extremely
point,
gay.
And again, on top of me choking me out, and then said I was pretty good, I would pass out too.
At this point, why isn't he just coming in his jorts?
He was. He did.
He did it.
He did.
A
quick bit of biography about Ocelot. I didn't write a whole lot down, but it is worth noting. I'm just gonna say this now. You know the baby that the boss had on the D-Day invasion?
I do recall, yes.
Does that in some way?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ocelot is a child of war.
Wait, Ocelot is the one that was born.
Yeah, Ocelot is the boss.
And not Snake.
Yeah, Ocelot was born on the Ocelot was born on the battlefield of the D-Day invasion as it was taking place from the boss.
Snake is boss's adoptive child, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Which also makes Ocelot about 20 years old in this game.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. So that incredibly gay scene happens. Snake and Sokolov escape from the facility and come back to some cliffs they found earlier where they see what Sokolov was working on. This is the Shagahod. What the Shagahod is and how it works are not really elaborated on in this scene, so I'll just tell you how it works now. The Shagahod
between infantry and artillery.
I think it trundles. Like that looks like a trundler.
It's so better than you think.
It's so good. Okay, so the Shagahod is the prototype of a few weapons of mass destruction designed to launch a nuclear missile from any terrain. In order to increase its range, they hired Nikolai Sokolov to attach a rocket to it so it could achieve speeds up to 300 miles per hour before launching its nuclear warhead, allowing it an effective range of 6,000 miles.
You know what? Why not?
But are you gonna tell them how, like, what its mode of transportation is, like how it moves around? Are
you talking about the fucking airlift that's going on there, or something that I'm missing?
I'm talking about, like, instead of wheels, the things that it actually has.
Yeah, the fucking drills that fucking move it forward. They're so good.
Oh, that is.
It literally just drills its way forward. That's how it propels itself.
Oh my god.
Fun fact: this thing doubles as a fracking rig.
It's really good.
It could.
They talk about the Shagahod like it is the ultimate deterrent. You know, it could fire
I have seen vibrators.
Can I finish?
Less complicated than this.
So they talk about the Shagahod like it's this ultimate deterrent. It can fire a nuke from any terrain, can strike anywhere in the United States, but as long as it has a 3-mile runway.
Wow.
Holy shit.
It's easy to slice together.
However,
why does this feel like the Mary Sue of artillery?
It really is.
It really is.
This is essentially the first of I'll just let you figure it out.
It's important to understand how fucking cool Kojima thinks this is. Like,
I know.
It's pretty sick.
It's pretty
People
dope.
when I was talking about Kojima just playing with his toys and making his fancy toys blow up on each other.
That's like literally every single Metal Gear, like the machine Metal Gear. That's just what Kojima's like thinking in his head.
Is Kojima like metaphorically taking this thing in his like hand and like making airplane noises?
That's exactly what we're describing.
Metal Gear series.
Yeah.
Cool.
So after Sokolov sees this and Snake goes, we should probably deal with that, he prepares to take Sokolov to the extraction point where he and Sokolov cross a rope bridge and find the boss. Now shit starts popping off here. The boss drops a couple of enormous briefcases on the bridge and goes, "Snake, I'm defecting to the Soviet Union, and then breaks his arm.
I
Conrad.
can't really explain to y'all how fucking cool this scene is.
It's so... Also,
Badass.
she's so good. Like,
It's-
every single time, like, she and Snake, like, sparred cutscenes, like, a couple of times in this game from here on out, and every single time, she just wipes the fucking floor with him.
Like, not even trying. It's amazing.
It's, like, like, he comes at him with, like, this, like, you know, like, knife and gun out, like, the moment he, like, fucking swings, she's already dismantled his gun.
Mommy, sorry.
Yeah. Also, while this goes on, the Cobra unit shows up by helicopter, summons a swarm of bees, drops down and
Bee
snags
guy!
Sokolov up. Yeah.
B guy. Oh my god.
Our cast of bosses: the pain, the fear, the end, the fury, and a mysterious hooded ghost called the Sorrow.
And the Las Vegas.
Yes. We are also joined by a man named Colonel Volgan of the Spetsnaz, also part of this whole sort of internal coup, who welcomes the boss to his unit and accepts this present that he's just given her. The boss.
Did they just take the Magnus Archives fear entities and just?
I'll talk more about the fear later. The boss goes, Snake, you can't come with us, and then throws him off a bridge.
But also, holy shit, that ghillie suit.
Yay.
The ghillie suit rules. The ghillie suit has some interesting lore, by the way.
Oh.
After this happens, after Snake falls down a cliff and drags the boss's bandana with her, the new Soviet gang leaves via helicopter. Volgan opens up his present to reveal something called the Davy Crockett, a portable device for launching nuclear warheads, which is something that actually existed.
Yes.
He then yeah.
I have a question real quick. Are you going to reveal that the ghillie suit was made from the leaves of Yggdrasil?
No.
Shit.
Ooh.
He then immediately launches a nuke on Soviet soil, nuking Sokolov's research facility and preparing to blame it on the boss.
Okay.
Sure.
Among them is a squeamish little woman named Tatiana, who Ocelot and Volgan suspect of being a KGB spy, although they choose to keep her around for reasons. This whole plot that Volgan has of blaming the nuke on the boss somehow works. Leading us to the stage is now set for this game.
Oh, titties.
Wait, it hasn't started yet?
The game started, but this is all prologue.
Okay.
Like
Okay,
that's
sure.
like the title card hasn't dropped yet.
This is like the tutorial level of the game.
This
Yeah.
is prologue?
This is all
This is
prologue,
entire-
yeah.
Oh my god. Damn, okay.
Oh my god,
That
yeah.
was so much information in just
And we are on slide 10.
No, I get it, and you're splitting this.
Yeah, I'll talk about that later.
Apologies, I
So
forgot.
yeah. After Snake returns from the virtuous mission, Major Zero briefs him about a conversation between Nikita Khrushchev and President Lyndon Baines Johnson. The Soviet military is on Khrushchev's ass, believing that the United States has nuked Soviet soil and is urging him to retaliate. LBJ denies any involvement, but to prove his goodwill, he offers to send in the boss's apprentice, her most trusted ally, to go into the Soviet Union and eliminate her to prove the United States' innocence in the affair. Snake now has to return to the Soviet Union, eliminate the boss, destroy the Shagahad, and retrieve Sokolov once again.
Easy peasy.
After physically recovering, but not quite emotionally, he returns to Selinoyarsk via drone launched from low Earth orbit.
Fucking what?
In style, baby.
For the way Snake is deployed into missions is literally never normal. Like, the only time it's normal is in 5. It's always just fucking, like, ridiculous.
What's the,
The-
like, balloon system thing called again?
Oh, we'll talk about the Fulton later. The Fulton's great.
Oh my god.
I have a question real quick too. That's not, and it's related to this, but I need to know right now so I can mentally prepare myself. Does Snake ever transmorgify into an actual snake?
No.
No,
Thank
but
you,
Is,
God.
is there any magic in this? I feel like we're giving this a lot of leeway as far as genre.
There is a lot of surreality and a lot of shit that like I can't just be like, there is an in-universe explanation for this, because like that's
I will
not always
say that the
Okay, 'cause this
closest
is
thing
so
to real
Phil-
magic is like MK Ultra style psychic super soldier type stuff, but it's
Yeah.
it's extremely subtle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no like animism.
Yeah, definitely.
I do know that MK Ultra is
This
in this
isn't
game.
like Bloodborne where it's like secretly an occult text or something.
Yeah.
It's just insane and stupid.
No.
Speaking of being insane and stupid, Snake lands back in the Soviet Union, and the boss finds him immediately. Riding in on a white horse, beating the absolute fuck out of him, and exploding his drone with her assault rifle, which I don't have it pictured. It is this like handheld, it is a handheld gun, and it has an extremely long barrel and 2 enormous barrel drums, and the way it fires bullets. You know how in that one like Portal 2 video where they describe how the turrets work, how they just like shove a bunch of bullets inside of the turret and then it launches them with pistons rather than
Yeah, it's
Actually
not
using a gun.
detonating bullets, it's literally throwing them at you with like a pneumatic slingshot or something.
Yeah, that is how the boss's gun works.
It's
Nice.
And it's a rocket launcher?
silly looking.
It
That
is
is
so
very
goofy.
funny.
It
Wait, no,
launches
but is it
casing with
is it a rocket? I feel like I don't know what it is. What is it again?
It's an assault rifle that throws
Okay.
bullets.
Okay, imagine a handgun that has like the magazine is like an enormous, like comically large drum magazine, and the
Yep.
barrel is like stupidly comically long, and
Mhm.
boss is holding it with one hand.
That's the
And-
funniest
and-
thing
and-
I could
and
ever
when- and-
imagine.
and the bullets do not fly straight out of it. They're not like detonated and triggered like with a hammer. They are just like launched out of the bullet and like go flinging like end over end at you.
I'm not sure. I don't even understand that description. I'll keep it real. with
I'll show you later. It's so fucking
You're
goofy.
telling me
I need to see a picture of this gun.
it's
Uh,
scrap gun from Fallout, but they use bullets
Here, keep
instead of
talking. I'll
bullet.
pull up a picture and drop it in chat.
Thank
Oh
you.
hell
Okay.
yeah!
So
Can I
uh
ask an unrelated thing? I'm sorry, I've been trying.
Oh yeah.
The horse, is it okay?
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
the horse does die of natural causes, but
Oh.
that is because this
Okay.
is 1964 and it's a very long series.
Yeah, that
Mm.
makes sense. Okay. good to know.
So
No,
Sna-
no horses were harmed in the making
Yeah.
of this video game.
after this brief encounter, humbling encounter with his former mentor, Zero briefs Snake again. He is to rendezvous back at Sokolov's old holding facility with 2 former NSA code breakers who have defected to the USSR. Their code names are Adam and Eva. Kojima also thinks he knows what Catholicism is. It doesn't work.
Evangelion.
Yeah, Zero tells Snake the password is "Who are the Patriots?" and their response is going to be "La li lu le lo."
What?
He is also his support team also expands to include Sigint, a weapons and equipment specialist, who I don't have pictured for some reason. Let's see. Oh, so Snake eventually proceeds to the rendezvous point where he meets Eva, not Adam. Eva has boob, and Eva spends like her entire time on screen with Snake, like very obviously trying to seduce him for some reason, and he shows like exactly zero interest in her.
It's
For-
so fucking funny.
That's
It's
because he's
so
doing
funny.
it.
He's
Revolver
just a
Ocelot.
gay guy.
He's like
He
too
just
distracted.
really likes cock.
He's like too distracted, like thinking about how his mom doesn't like him anymore, and like every time she shows up, he's like, "I'm just sad."
Nate
Um,
is too busy being in
through the whole game. Like, it just never stops.
Oh,
too busy being in a devoted gay relationship with Ocelot and the ranch they have and the 2 kids they adopted.
That is literally
think they've
like
met
that is
once.
literally the plot of Metal Gear Solid 5.
I
Mhm.
hate everything so much.
You
Um,
keep doing this.
yeah, you keep on making jokes about what happens.
like,
And then...
like nothing you say about this
Smile
game
on
is
my
like
face.
you keep saying these things that you think are like too ridiculous to be true. They're not. They're just like
It's
major
like a
plot
sexual
points.
element of a later
mean,
game.
I mean, like, I think that's partially on you for, like, explaining these games as well, because all of the games that you've explained are, like, so fantastically ridiculous.
Yeah, honestly. So, Eva takes down a couple of KGB guys. Doesn't answer the password, by the way. It's like Snake just keeps going, "Who are the Patriots?" She just doesn't answer for some reason. She takes down a bunch of KGB and goes, "That's your answer." It's like, ma'am, you didn't
No,
actually,
it's not.
you didn't respond. That's not helpful to me. That doesn't
Is it
prove
like
your
you
loyalty.
kill
Rules
Eva.
to the lore that she doesn't respond there?
Like people there's like a bunch of theories about that, and there is kind of like they don't really matter that much. It's kind of just it's really just like Kojima playing with you. We'll get to it with Metal Gear Solid 2.
Okay.
Is
Yeah.
it like a...
Sense.
Is it like a, my work here is done, but you didn't do anything moment?
No, not even. It's not even like that.
I
No?
would like
Okay.
to
Well-
remember earlier when we
Okay.
talked about what we'd feel like if someone said they personally identify with a Kojima. I said it
Yeah.
without the H that time.
Mhm.
Character. I'd like to retract all of that because this woman whose defining traits are flirt with Snake the entire time, can't remember the password, and has tits. is the most confusing.
It's just you.
I'm stupid
you're
and
right. I
I'm
love
stupid.
Eva.
Like Eva and Snake are literally just I'm stupid and my meat is huge.
Yeah.
God, and that is so valid of them.
I know, WLW
I've never
solidarity.
felt more seen. My story's coming to the light.
Really good female representation in video games.
Honestly, my favorite, but my absolute favorite part about this scene is the is the fucking meme I posted here. Eva gives Snake a couple of pieces of equipment for his upcoming mission, including a custom 45, and he just like there's this like 1 minute long scene where he just like the camera sporadically cutting around the gun while he's describing its features with like intense passion and interest. And like
Artistic.
Again, extremely homoerotic. How he talks about this firearm.
he's like it's like again he shows more sexual interest in this gun than he does with Eva. It's hilarious. Speaking of sexual interest, Snake spends the night in the facility, and it is nearly taken over by the Gru overnight. He sneaks out of his room, takes down some of the Gru members to find Ocelot has swapped to a single action army instead of his old 9mm. But Snake and Eva then keep basically keep dunking on him the whole time. Like Snake literally tells Ocelot, like, engravings that give you no tactical advantage whatsoever, unless you want to auction off as a collector's item.
It's important to remember that in the first scene where Ocelot and Snake meet, one of the first things that Snake says to him is, "You twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique, don't you think?" Implying that like, he wants, the fact that he switched to a single action army means that Ocelot listened to Snake and wants to impress him.
Yeah, like,
Wow.
Ocelot cares about impressing and surpassing Snake at the moment, and Snake cares about, like, kind of, like, humbling him, but also kind of, like, letting him grow a little bit. He keeps letting Ocelot go, because, like, nah, he's too young. He'll figure himself out soon enough.
So
Also, wait, how did Ocelot and Snake meet up here?
Ocelot just kind of showed up here.
Oh, okay. Alright,
Yeah.
never mind. There was no
Yeah.
reason. There was no rhyme or reason. Forgive me.
Is
on
it gay
Tinder.
to impress other men?
He also literally tells Ocelot, "You don't have what it takes to kill me," and then Eva runs into him. And then Eva runs into him with his motorcycle, with her motorcycle.
Runs
Fellas, is
into
it
him
gay to
boobily.
impress other men?
Another thing that happens here, Snake finds a cardboard box and climbs inside of it. Calls Sigurd
Box
his equipment
moments.
specialist, and he goes, Snake, where are you? I'm in a box. Why? I don't know. I just saw the box and wanted to climb inside, and then the
It
quote
makes
that's on
sense.
screen. And when I put it on, I suddenly got this feeling of inner peace, like I belong here.
Wait,
In
is
the
Snake
box.
relatable?
Snake is just a cat. He's just
Snake
a
makes
cat.
him relatable.
Snake Catboy moments.
Snake moments.
That's why
just make
that's why
everyone
he
in
gets
this
along
game
with
a cat.
Ocelot.
That's why, yeah.
Both box urges.
Yeah.
This series is fucking infuriating, by the way.
Like they never like this is 3 games of box in, and this is like the first one where they really talk about like why do you care, like why do you sneak around in a box? That's really impractical.
They
And he's
imply
just-
that it's
Really-
primal
It
urge on
works.
his part.
It's really funny because for the longest time, the only thing I knew about Snake was from Smash and
Yeah.
the one thing that he did in the box. And all I would do, I got Snake because I played on randomizer, was hide in a box. And I
Yeah.
was just like, I feel this. I
Another
relate.
another fun thing that can happen here. I put this image here, but it applies to that earlier scene, because that other one was too crowded with other ocelots. If you kill Ocelot after you subdue him, you get a mission fail that says Ocelot is dead, and the voice of Colonel Roy Campbell from Metal Gear Solid 1 will tell you, "Snake, what have you done? The future will be changed. You'll create a time paradox."
I love the
And-
idea of someone trying to play
Paradox.
these in chronological order, killing Ocelot and being like, wait, what
Like,
the fuck?
who the
He
who the
comes
fuck?
back?
Yeah, who the fuck is this guy? And people have a lot of theories about why Colonel like shows up here. It's actually a reference. In the Japanese dub, the voice of Colonel Roy Campbell from Metal Gear Solid 1 is also the dub voice of Doc Brown from Back to the Future. So
Oh my god!
that's why they have him here, and that's why could you imagine if they got Christopher Lloyd to voice this part?
That would have been
God.
so
That would have been hilarious.
Fuck, is Christopher
My
Lloyd.
man.
Christopher Lloyd is the guy who
Brown.
plays Doc Brown.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
That would have been hilarious. So okay, so
Hey, Scott.
all right, okay, so okay. I'm going to pause the presentation for a moment because what happens here is wild, and it is also one of the things that single-handedly got me into Metal Gear Solid. I'm going to pull up a YouTube video, and I want you guys to watch it with me.
I'm just so
Interesting.
excited for this.
So one of the things that happens, after this brief encounter with Ocelot, Snake sneaks through the jungle a little bit more and finds Ocelot, on a cliffside, and then they have a little boss fight. Unfortunately, it seems hang on a second, I'm having a bit of technical trouble. Oh, there we go. Okay, my mouse temporarily disappeared, but I'm good now. So let me.
I'm glad she's back.
Okay.
I love
I'm
that
pulling
stare
it up.
down with the caption "Snake Eater." Like, what's about to happen
Yeah.
here?
All right. Let me
These are intensely blue
I
eyes.
am getting the I'm getting the browser source ready for Streamlabs so I can capture YouTube. Let's see, browser. Wait, no, not
Can
that
we-
one. Window
can we-
capture.
Is that Revolver Ocelot on the top? Can we talk
Yeah.
about how gorgeous his eyelashes
I
are?
know he has such gay little eyelashes.
I'm just
All right.
impressed at the texture modeling on the irises. They're
Let's
different.
Yeah,
see.
it's really
Nice.
pretty.
Not this
Yes,
one.
sir.
I want. Okay, here
Let
we
me
go.
get
Let
lost
me
in
let me
those blues.
resize this window real quickly, and then I'm going to send this link to you guys. And I want you guys to.
Okay.
I'm gonna give like a 3, 2, 1 call, and I'm gonna have you guys watch it along with me.
Alright.
Let's see.
I'm terrified.
You've probably seen this before, but for the uninitiated, you guys gotta see this.
I'm so
Okay.
excited.
Got the
Oh,
link.
wait, yeah, no, I know what this
Okay,
is.
got
Does
the
chat
got.
get to watch along with us?
Yeah, I
Okay.
have it ready to capture for the stream.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So this is what happens where during the fight. Are you guys ready? Do you have it pulled up? Let me just get Chrome
ready.
properly mixed for audio level purposes. All right, 3,
Oh my
2,
fucking God.
1, go.
Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone.
Oh.
Meta hate crime.
12 shots.
I'm angry.
Oh my god, chat saying go, white boy, go.
Oh my god, he's finally done 41 seconds.
40 seconds long.
Oh my god, it's so good every
It's-
single time.
It's
Oh,
so
man.
good.
You need characters who are my favorite characters. He's my favorite character.
Revolver Ocelot is literally Blorbo from my shows. I fucking love this guy.
I love him.
Wow, like, why do I want to learn how to do that now? It
I
looks
know
so
there
fun.
there are so many videos of people doing those gun moves, but like none of them compare to the original like Tornado Yoshida side by side. That like there is a guy who does all of the mocap for Ocelot's gun moves. He is
Holy
pictured
shit.
he is pictured below me cosplaying as Ocelot.
Holy
Can
shit.
I say something, you
I've
guys?
never used a firearm before. I need you to understand how ridiculously impressive this is to do
It's
in real life.
Fucking wild.
Not only,
The,
not
the fact that you
only-
guys want to do this, I want to shove this guy in a locker.
Oh no,
No,
that's
absolutely,
he's
that's
such
a part of
fucking
it.
nerd.
He's such a little
That's
bitch
part of
boy,
it.
but I love
I
him and
think-
he's perfect.
That's kind of part of it. Sometimes your favorite character, you want to push down the stairs and then give them a kiss on the lips.
Literally.
Exactly.
Literally. That's
And
what
then-
that's what Snake and Ocelot want to
I
do
just
to
want
each
to
other
study
like
him.
all the time.
This
Yeah.
entire series, like,
Yeah. It's
Also-
literally the impetus for their relationship.
Okay, I'm glad
Also,
Stitch
can
and
I
Green
talk
and me are on the
about-
same page.
Can I talk about how, like, if anybody, well, we have ADH people in chat. Can we talk about how much that stim is satisfying?
Oh, absolutely.
God.
Yeah.
It is
For
it is
sure.
hitting every neuron in my brain right now
So-
and going boom.
So after the boss fight, so Snake is also being tracked by the Cobra unit, and after this boss fight, another swarm of bees shows up. They assault the nearby GRU officers, and then Snake manages to keep the bees off of him by swiping away at his knife. You want to know how Ocelot protects himself from the bees?
Shoot the
Does he
bees.
fucking shoot them individually?
Let's
No,
Those
go.
little
he just-
dinky-ass
no.
pistols?
No, he spins his guns really, really fast.
Hey, Lake.
He literally just goes like,
Hey, Lake. As someone who has worked with bees, that's not how bees work.
That's not how guns work either!
That's not how bees work.
maybe if you could spin revolvers as badass as Revolver Ocelot, you could deal with bees better, idiot.
yeah. yeah, maybe you
CT,
can't.
I
Ocelot
did not
can, though.
come into this chat to be attacked like
Revolver Ocelot just summons the divine sandstorm to deal with a swarm of bees.
Indeed. So back on track to the
Fish found
presentation.
dead in Miami.
Snake goes through a cave for a little bit and fights the Pain, the first of the Cobra unit. And this is the son of a bitch that's been summoning bees this whole time.
Yeah, if
Son
you
of a
thought bees
bees.
didn't work like that, you're wrong, because the Pain knows how bees work better than you do.
Honestly, yeah.
Also,
The-
this
the-
is a Naruto ass looking
Fine.
bitch,
I
I'm just
guess I
saying.
will concede to the
Literally, he
pain.
spends the entire fight like doing karate moves and like throwing grenades made of bees at you.
This
is
bitch ran
Cheetah
the- this-
from Naruto. Like,
Yeah, this, no,
literally.
this bitch ran the tuning exam for real.
Honestly, like canonically,
I guess
believe
I won't.
I
I
believe
guess I
the
won't bring my very specific bee knowledge into this, but fine.
it is not valid.
It doesn't matter, it's Kojima. Why would it
Fair.
matter?
I do believe the reason for how the pain works is he canonically secretes pheromones that attract bees to him and bend them to his will.
They
It
wanna
doesn't-
fuck him?
It doesn't yeah, they want to fuck him. It doesn't really go any deeper than that, unfortunately.
Every
also
bee desires
fortunately.
me carnally.
So at some point after this fight, Snake
Plot of
finds
the B movie.
Snake finds the boss
Yeah.
Volgan and Sokolov at a meeting. Ocelot interrogates Sokolov in the funniest fucking way possible.
Oh,
He
I
takes
forgot
he
about
takes
this.
three revolvers and puts a single bullet into one of them. And instead of just doing normal like Russian roulette style intimidation, he starts fucking juggling his revolvers and shooting and he says, "I'm gonna pull the trigger 6 times."
My man.
It's the most extra thing.
It's so
You know-
fucking funny because like it's so good because like he's just like juggling his guns like completely straight faced, and Sokolov like before he even does anything looks like terrified.
You know, every day I regret that my boss who went to clown school did not teach me how to knife juggle, and this man really just pulled one over on me and not only juggled his guns but shot them.
Yeah, I think I don't know if that's a Tornado Yoshida move. I don't think I've seen him juggle. I don't think I've seen him do the gun juggle.
Do y'all understand now that, like, the Metal Gear Solid games are full of simultaneously the stupidest things that you've ever seen and the coolest things that you've ever seen?
Oh, absolutely.
On God.
Just
Absolutely.
wait till we get to like his theories on politics and like the
Oh my
great
God.
of this game.
Yeah,
Hey,
It's just, understand that, like, this is the vibe that you have to have going into a Metal Gear Solid game, is that you are about to see the stupidest and coolest things you've ever seen at the same time.
like okay, so I experienced a little bit of 3, like
Shima, your
that.
dick is huge.
like little bits from 3 were like the way I got into this series, but the first game I actually sat down and played, like just started, was Metal Gear Solid 5, and we're gonna get into the intro of that game.
Oh dear.
It fucking, you are not ready for how that game starts.
Which of the games?
5.
5?
So after a bit more sneaking through the jungle, Snake comes upon the Granin research facility, where he finds Granin, a Soviet scientist, who is drinking away his sorrows in his office.
Retweet next.
And doesn't seem to really seem to care that a CIA operative is just kind of standing there.
Oh, he's got mecha figurines.
He is ranting about how sad he is that the GRU have taken Sokolov's Shagaha design over his weapon design, a bipedal tank which he calls Metal Gear. Snake's response to this is Metal Gear.
Fucking hate this man. Fucking hate him.
Like he's never heard 2 words in that order before.
I'm gonna slap his shitty bald head.
I know.
Roblox to slap his bald head.
He's not even bald, but I'm slapping his bald head.
You'll be
Disrespectfully.
bald first.
Honestly.
So if you've never, like, seen somebody play these games, understand that, like, repeating 2 words that a person just said in his gruff little muscly man voice is just Snake's whole thing.
It's like a third of his dialogue. It's just like
GT, I would
Exaggeration. It's legitimately a third of his dialogue.
Like I know,
I
but
would
it still
kill to
fills
see
me
you
with
play
the
these.
vitriolic hatred.
it's so fucking funny.
Metal
It's-
Gear.
Metal
Gear?
Gear.
Granin decides to help out Snake and proposes a toast to capitalism before sending Snake on his way into the
Hate
jungle
that.
where he fights the Fear, who I fail to see how he represents fear.
Hey, babe.
He's
Um,
Why
got
are
them
his
snake
eyes like
eyes.
that?
Hey, babe.
He's
Hey, babe.
legitimately, yeah.
I love you.
I love you too. He is the Fear, the Loathing, the Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
The Fear has a prototype stealth camo device. He also has double jointed limbs, which he uses to like bend behind his body and climb up trees like a spider.
Oh,
He
me.
also has a
Oh,
lizard. He also has a lizard tongue.
Yes.
he's the,
Oh my god.
he's the wife
I
from The
need-
Incredibles.
Real
My
quick,
God,
I need
Sure.
to get a little bit close to the mic real
Wait.
quick. This is not another cat boy. Shut up, chat. It
Stop!
You can't keep doing it.
Stop
I
calling
need to tell
every
you,
Metal
my
Gear
friend-
character a cat boy.
My friend sent me a picture of his tongue earlier. I have never seen something that's more viscerally upsetting in my life.
It's so bad, isn't it?
It's so bad.
And it's especially because it's like on PS2 graphics, it looks so disgusting.
Do you want me to put a photo in CC text?
Yeah, if you want to see what the Fear's like tongue looks like, yeah, you should do that. It's horrid.
Yeah.
Whatever you're doing now, I need you to Google like Metal Gear Solid 3: The Fear tongue.
Yeah.
Actually, I would advise against that. You might
Don't
get
want
some
that.
Here, I am going
save
to
search on.
spoiler the image for y'all's
Keep yours
safety.
on, buddies.
I am going to spoiler the image, but I'm putting it in CC text.
Put it in live Mojave. If it's relevant to
Okay.
the stream, put it in live Mojave so everyone can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of things that are viscerally upsetting and also fucking cool, pretty much immediately after Snake fights the Fear, we fight another member of the Cobras. The End. The End is a 100-year-old sniper, who has been saving, been basically sleeping for the last few days to save the last of his strength for one last battle. This is one of my favorite boss fights in all of Metal Gear. He also
It's like an iconic boss fight.
It's so good.
The chat is going wild over the tongue, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's great.
It's
One of
disgusting.
the fun things about this fight is if you save your if you call a paramedic to save your game and then turn your console off, and then return to the game 24 hours later, the End will have died.
Oh my god.
And the boss fight will have effectively the boss fight is effectively over. He has a bunch of crazy abilities, such as the ability to photosynthesize and commune with the natural environment around him. He also has those freaky ass bulgy eyes, which
God,
are
wish
I
could
frankly think
photosynthesize.
those are more upsetting than the Fear tongue. Those are
This is
worse.
Babe, this
Easily.
is the first villain from Inscription.
It really is.
Oh my
It really
I
is
really
fucking
wish
Leshy
I
from
could
Inscription.
photosynthesize.
Now, after you fight, okay. All right, I have to tab out again. So, let me just. This is gonna be a little bit longer than the Gunspin, but this is the thing that, like, the Gunspin was like, ha, that's funny and hilarious. This is the thing that single-handedly got me into Metal Gear Solid. Like,
Oh, okay.
this video, like, is why I now like these games. I'm going to send this YouTube video to you guys to watch along with me. It is 2 minutes long. 1 second, please.
Okay.
Putting it
It is-
in. It is
Here, Mr.
incredible.
Ben,
You were also
fucking
It's
Ocelot
hard
again.
to relay how much this fucks when
Oh
you're
my
actually
fucking
playing the game.
god.
Alright.
I'm just seeing Snake on the screen and
okay.
damn, he's got a butt.
Yep.
Pretty sure he's
All right.
wearing like a pack.
Oh, okay. Unfortunate.
T-boy swag. All right.
Yeah.
Give Snake the cake.
All right. 3, 2, 1 countdown. Everyone, has everyone got the link ready?
Yes.
All right. Let me just make sure I got capturing on Streamlabs. Okay, good. Going back over here. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, it's this one.
So
I'm in so much pain.
so Snake immediately after fighting the End, Snake goes into this tunnel.
He's
Also, make
fine
sure you
with
have sound on.
Yeah, sound on. I'm gonna crank mine really high. It's gonna be a lot of like ladder rungs for a little bit.
Keep climbing.
Yeah, everyone shut up like right now.
Mm. Oh my god.
Ironically, that fucks. What's the name of the song?
It is simply the Snake Eater. Snake Eater.
It's
She's
like
a
called
snake
Snake Eater.
eater.
Okay.
It's
really good.
Unironically,
so
that fucks.
fucking good.
When you're playing the game, like, and the entire game has been like fairly serious, if a bit silly up to this point, like it just hits this perfect tonal moment where it's like this is the most badass thing that has ever happened to a person ever.
Like Snake has been kind of dunked on a little bit. Like we've seen him kind of get his shit rocked. But he's like been spending some time like kind of coming into this sort of like image of some like iconic soldier. And this is like he doesn't. It's pretty nonstop for him. He's basically going like from like, you know, like environment to environment, sneaking around, fighting. So this is the only sort of like moment of any sort of meditation or any sort of pause. This is a 2-minute ladder climb. This ladder is 125 meters tall. That is as tall as 2.5 original Godzillas.
Oh my god.
And we get the
I
fucking
love
song.
Moments like this. Unironically, I love moments like this in video games that like just kind of allow you to like sit and pause. There's a great moment in Hollow Knight where you get to sit and listen to the music of the spirit and like, wow, that I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna fucking cry.
This
Okay,
is
I am sobbing. I am going to sob like a baby later and listen to this song on repeat.
It's such a powerful change of pace. Like
Yeah.
legitimately, it's incredible.
And
Okay, but without the context, my partner here sent me this video with no context, and it made me so angry.
Take a look at this. You won't
incredibly
believe how
funny.
it is.
yeah, literally.
Like,
Without context, it's infuriating. But like, yeah, it just comes out of nowhere, and it's just like this kind of moment of like, oh,
Yeah, the game doesn't do anything like this.
no.
Like before or after. This is the only moment like this in the entire game. It comes out
Really
of
sad about
in
that.
the
I'm
entire
really sad about
series,
that.
they're like I don't think there's a moment like this in any other like there's parts where like, you know, nothing really happens and we cut some music, but like nothing quite like this. Nothing.
This is one of those moments where it's like you kind of realize that Hideo Kojima might actually be a genius.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he like this is like, oh wow, he's actually fucking like brilliant.
This is genius. This is actually genius.
It is, and I used to like when I was a lot younger, I used to have some classical training. I want to learn this song so bad.
Yeah, it's
I'm
brilliant.
not as good as a singer as I was, but wow.
And go listen to like the whole version, like just the vocal track sound like set to this is still like breathtaking, but even the song fucking bangs. It's so good.
You know, I think it'd be really funny if whenever Snake finally got to the top of the ladder and like runs out into the light in that corridor, that was the cold opening to the game. Like, I hadn't done it before then.
You know what this kind of reminds me of? I mean, like, I know you love Supergiant games, kind of like all of the really, really good songs in any Supergiant game.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like that, but like
it's just a song that kind of hits your soul. In that way.
To compare it to like to compare it to Build That Wall Vagrant song, like a few like the like those particular scenes, none of them are quite like the latter. Some of them are like, oh wow, this is like a fucking amazing song that's set to just me playing the game. The way that Kojima engineers this, how it's like all you can really do is concentrate on what is being played to you.
The
like,
closest,
I was thinking about
is in
Paper Boat.
Transistor when they play I Won't Save You, but not during the boss fight. They play the corrupted version later.
Yeah. The way how In Circles like glitches out and everything.
DT,
like,
you just read my mind. You just read my mind. I love that game so much.
But you're still like, even during the I Won't Save You moment during Transistor, you're still like playing the game, like you're fighting enemies and exploring the city, like you're actively focusing on things. And part of what makes this moment in Metal Gear so powerful is that it's the only thing that you have to focus on. It is legitimately one of the only moments of reprieve that both you as the player and you as Solid Snake get during the entire story. It's one of those diegetic moments where both you and the character that you are controlling are experiencing the same emotion.
Yeah, because like it's like I was saying, it's the only point of it's the only point of meditation he really has had at this point. And
you as the player, like you are experiencing the moment right there with Snake.
Yeah, and couple that like
that's a very intense experience. I didn't even realize that.
Couple that with like what the song represents about like the gravity of what Snake is like about to do, and like having to like overcome and say goodbye to this person who has shaped him so deeply.
And where he's come from.
Yeah. It's just so good. Anyway, so this is like truly like this is like a truly artistic, a wholly like this whole scene is just like an art piece. Immediately after that, you fight this cunt. This is the Fury. I fucking hate.
Is that Pyro TF2?
That's Pyro TF2, yeah. I fucking hate this guy.
Pyro TF2, my favorite guy.
Yeah.
What's this dude's deal?
He rides around a jetpack and shoots you with a flamethrower. He was a Soviet astronaut who was set to be the first official man in space, but his ship burned up in the atmosphere and then crashed down to Earth before he could escape the atmosphere. So
he uses a flamethrower for trauma reasons or something.
Yeah, he doesn't have pyrokinesis. He just likes fire now, even though he suffered a traumatic burn. He just like that. I actually tabbed back. One thing that this game does, it rewards you for taking down bosses non-lethally, and you get like their stealth camo if you fight them. Trying to non-lethal this guy is such a fucking Herculean task. I almost gave up doing it. And what you get from doing it is even
this guy is way too strong.
I know.
Is the end of the boss where it's like if you actually try to fight him, all the enemies that you've killed so far come back to fight you or something?
I will talk about that is a different boss. I'll get to him later.
That scares me so bad.
So yeah, after the Fury, we get one last little scene between Snake and Eva.
Bro, what?
Eva gets a moment to learn a little bit about Snake and what his sort of emotional stake is in all of this, or like kind of inquire about his relationship with the boss. Snake still doesn't feel like he has it in him to take her on yet. He explains to her that like what he has with the boss goes beyond anything between a man and a woman. Like they're like it's hard to even like. The closest thing you can say is like she's a mother figure, but that's not even like Snake has like utter reverence for her, like even beyond that. In response, Eva gives him some instant ramen. Which I love that because that has the energy of just like, damn King, that's so sad. Here, you dropped your Crunchwrap Supreme.
MFW chicken soup for the soul.
I know.
Funky donuts cause you're epic, I guess.
Yeah.
Because you're epic.
Epic.
We've gone back to this game being stupid.
God, that like wow.
Part of Snake's reverence for boss is like the reverence that it's like the unquestioning authority that a soldier has to have for the state.
Mm-hmm.
This is what really gets me about this game, because wow, you can have a moment that like unlocks something in your soul. Like hearing that, I unlocked the part of Transistor that I really loved and like almost sobbed, and then this
something bullshit.
Like this happens and I'm fucking floored, and I'm just like, this
beauty of this game.
And speaking of
this
like,
can't be real, but it is.
It doesn't. It gets worse. Meet Major Ivan Rydenovich Rykov.
Oh.
So
is that Revolver Ocelot with like?
No, really that's Ivan Rydenovich Rykov.
Oh.
If his name sounds like Raiden, it's because it's supposed to.
It's him.
I don't even think he's related. I don't even think he's related to Raiden at all. He just looks like Raiden.
No, I think it's him.
Have we talked about Raiden yet?
No, this is the first mention of Raiden in this entire entire bit. Raiden will be the protagonist of Metal Gear Solid 2. And fans kind of hated him because he wasn't Solid Snake. So
understand, my boy.
They really didn't fucking understand what he was doing with Raiden, which makes me so mad. So then Kojima, in order to appease his audience, decided to spend this game dunking on him. Snake chokeholds Rykov, strips him down to his jockstrap, hides him in a locker, disguises as him, sneaks into Sokolov's room, is about to rescue him. Then Volgin shows up and grabs him by the dick and goes, "You're not the Major."
That's the identification.
They've had sex before.
They have had,
implying that they've fucked before.
He literally goes, no one knows the Major better than I do. It's like,
to quote my friend, whole pussy into the scene moment.
Honestly, my favorite part about this is that because of this, yeah.
Who grabs his dick?
Volgin, the colonel.
Oh, okay.
My favorite part about this is that because of this and a few other scenes, there is a wiki entry in the Metal Gear wiki, dedicated to the crotch grab.
Yes, good.
Russian taunt.
So the only
Russian taunt.
talking about? It's just a Russian taunt. Duh, idiot.
It's a Russian taunt.
Freaks.
It's just guys being dudes.
Just a little taunt.
You never grabbed his crotch before? Are you sure?
You never grabbed the homies' dicks?
Russian taunt of grab nuts and give them
it's a team bonding exercise. The only thing that actually matters the second thing that matters, the crotch grab is everything. Sokolov reveals that Eva has stolen a bunch of plastic explosives from the base and is prepared to give them to Snake so that he can blow the Shagahad sky high. But Volgin shows up, the boss shows up, beats the shit out of literally everybody in the room, and then Snake gets tortured a little bit. So
just a little bit.
Okay, I didn't cover something. Remember, Granin, that drunk Soviet scientist who designed the Metal Gear, also laments Volgin having something called the Philosopher's Legacy.
Oh god.
And
it's
something that's mentioned a few other times in the game as being something that Ocelot, the boss, and Eva are all interested in. And as Volgin is interrogating, and as Volgin is interrogating Snake by electrocuting him with the 10 million watts of electricity flowing through his body.
Yikes!
By the way, is enough to barbecue a chicken. Like
the only reason
Snake.
and the reason that isn't killing him is because he wears a rubber suit under his, like, that is literally which I don't think that's
why does that work? Why would that work?
How electricity works. Like
I don't think that would work. Yeah. So
he's also butt ass naked. What the fuck?
Oh no. Yeah, like Snake should be fucking dead right now.
Yeah, no, that's not how electricity works. Also, imagine the fucking chafing.
Honestly, yeah.
That's the problem. The chafing.
So
have you ever worn a rubber suit, man?
No. Anyway, after Volgin just straight up fucking kills Sokolov, kills his weapons scientist that's made this, nuclear superpower weapon, he starts interrogating Snake, asking, like, what are you after? Is it the Shagahad? Is it the Philosopher's Legacy? It is, isn't it? You're after the pooled funds of the 3 global superpowers that formed after World War II. A treasure equivalent to $100 billion, isn't it? Well, too bad. The Philosopher's Legacy is in my possession, locked within Grossygrad's underground vault. Snake has no idea what he's talking about.
He's like, shit, well, I'm after that now.
Also, $100 billion is like not even that much in terms of global superpower money.
But wait, there's more.
Well, this is this is in 1964. $100 billion in 1964 is worth nearly $900 billion now.
Right.
You mean
Fair.
trillion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
You
900
gotta
900
account
billion.
for inflation.
A billion.
Yeah. Which is
It sounded like you said million. I was like,
yeah, which is still like an ungodly sum of money.
I'm
So
kind of just like Snake here, being like, bro, what?
yeah, I'll explain more about like he really gives like the bullet points of the Philosopher's legacy here. It'll come up later, and I'll explain more about it.
Okay, guys.
oh,
so-
babe, you're not telling them the other part.
No. So.
Secret, I get it.
We'll
So
come back to
while
it.
in the process of this interrogation, Ocelot discovers that Eva is the spy in their midst, posing as that little feeble Tatiana, and does his whole like gun juggle interrogation tactic, during which Snake swings to block the bullet, causing Ocelot to accidentally shoot out his right eye. Everyone then leaves the room. The boss shoots Snake in the leg and then gives him one of Ocelot's revolvers and goes, run. Because she secretly kind of, like, wants him to get out.
Which is a pretty
Eva-
neat moment in game.
It's pretty neat. It's
more complicated.
yeah,
Is this
like,
supposed to evoke Odin, or is that just brain rot?
that might just be brain rot. I don't think Snake is meant to invoke Odin, although that might just be me. I do not know that. Now,
What is Odin usually associated with, then?
Anything under the sun that at all revolves with being in charge of things and also tricking people and being a sneaky bastard.
okay,
That's-
I'll
That's
and-
very...
having
Wow.
one eye. Then I will get
I
get to
forgot
that.
how broad Norse mythology is with the designations of gods.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
after this,
Domains.
yeah, Bean.
Oh, that was me.
Oh yeah, you're
It's so a friend of mine just messaged me because I was talking
Yeah.
about this specific part. Is this the part where Snake is getting tortured, and if you like reset your game at a specific time,
no, that isn't
Okay.
that isn't a different game.
Understood.
This whole thing is a cutscene. This is not like a playable thing.
Good to know.
But after the boss does this thing that causes you to kind of question who she's loyal to and whether she's even on, like, whether she might be secretly on Snake's side, Eva helps Snake escape, and he escapes through the sewers beneath the facility, jumps off of a waterfall after being pursued by Ocelot, and has a near-death experience. Enter the final member of the Cobra unit, the Sorrow.
I
Now,
don't like his eyes or his forehead.
now,
He would be played by Peter Capaldi.
Yeah, he would.
honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I see that.
So, a bit of back. So the Sorrow is like one of the only members of the Cobra unit with an actually interesting biography. The Sorrow is one of two Soviet members of the Cobra unit. He and the boss were involved. However, they quickly drifted apart after the disbanding of the Cobra unit. In 1962, the boss was tasked with entering Selenoyarsk, finding the Sorrow, and then killing him back in 1962. He is here now in 1964 as a ghost and psychic medium. During the
fuck did I miss?
During this fight, Snake wades through a river trying to catch up to the Sorrow, while the Sorrow unleashes a lumbering horde of every single person Snake has killed during this mission.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I thought you said magic wasn't really a thing. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this
Well-
as like it doesn't really fall under the designation of magic, but it's definitely not normal.
There's only
the-
one wizard, and it's this guy.
Yeah, what? There's there may be another way.
It's
Well, is
sort
it
of-
magic or is it supernatural or is it Kojima?
It's sort of implied that like the Sorrow is like inducing a hallucination or something.
Oh, okay, so like a mass hysteria kind of thing.
Well, I feel like it could just be regular store brand PTSD where like you were forced to face up to having killed a bunch of people.
That
That's
is
sort
highly
of
implied to be the
what
case.
it's implied to be. Like, it's the idea that he has some sort of, like, psychic superpowers induced by MK Ultra, and it lets him trigger psychosis in other people in very specific ways.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And one of the things that's kind of neat about this is Snake is highly implied to be like even more vulnerable to this in his current state. If you try and call any of your support team for help, they'll just respond to you like you're dead. They'll literally do the whole Snake, come in, Snake, get up, Snake, like that whole thing.
It's a hallucination.
Can I
Yeah.
say here, I think that also everyone knows the real trick behind being a medium is just being really, really good at reading other people's trauma and
It's actually being an empath. Anyway.
Me an empath.
Used for evil.
Yeah, if I were an empath, I would simply be evil.
Me an empath. So I see the crimes of your past are really bothering you, and I feel that.
Eventually Snake escapes the psychosis by taking a fake death recovery pill, wades through a bit of a swamp and hides behind a waterfall where he rendezvous with Eva and gets the iconic eye patch. Also, I kind of cropped it out a little bit, but Tsuchinoko real. You can find this.
Snake?
Yeah, you could. He's chomping down on a snake, but that little guy at the bottom left, that's the Tsuchinoko. You can find him in this game.
Oh,
What
nice.
is Tsuchinoko? I don't know what that is.
The Tsuchinoko is a Japanese like kind of cryptid. It's just a fat snake.
I love cryptids so much. I went through a hyperfixation learning everything about cryptids, and this
Tsuchinoko's
motherfucker,
great.
he's just a big snake. He's just a friend.
Like he's not
just a
particularly
friend.
malicious. He's just kind of a he's just a big boy.
He's just like a fat fuck.
Wait, I actually love that. I love that brand of cryptid. That's
Yeah, like-
excellent.
It's like the
That's
fat.
Fresno Nightwalkers. It's completely benign.
They're just guys. They're just little guys.
Oh,
the only
part of this fight
Yeah.
is like, it's harder the more enemies that you've dealt with lethally up to at this point in the game. Like if you've killed guards and shit, like they show up in this boss fight and make it way harder for you.
Yeah, and that's why like when I did this and I like wasn't I was explicitly trying not to kill people. So like I didn't really have to fight. One of the only ones I actually remember was because like you do have to like sneak past the helicopter, but you have a significantly easier time if you just like take down the helicopter. So like you will see the helicopter pilot. Also, something I learned from someone in Innkeeper server, one of the things that they introduced in this game is instant kill dick shots. If you shoot somebody in the dick, they die instantly. And if you and it is completely possible that if you go through the Sorrow boss fight, every single enemy will be holding their dick, slowly walking towards you like a zombie.
They, like,
I
hold the-
hate that. I hate that.
But it's like, this is the amount of detail that Kojima put into this game.
It's such an unnecessary attention to detail, but like
Can we pause there, because that's my question, because there are points where you said like there's legitimate question of like Hideo Kojima's like genius here,
yeah,
and do you think this was all intentional? Because this goes so fucking deep at some point. I'm just like, is this like subliminally something he like just legitimately didn't notice, or like do you think he just thought about this for fucking hours?
I mean, there were probably like I do think that there were probably some programmers like that Kojima was just like have some like creative license, like just do like try and do something interesting with what I've tasked you to do, and someone's like, what if we just had them hold their dicks? But like I don't like, it's very possible that Kojima would have gotten that, which I kind of want to believe.
Just to answer your question, it's like shit like this is 100% intentional on Kojima's part. Like, he is kind of mildly famous for having extremely strange priorities when making a game. He's like,
I know
want
that.
you to make this, and this needs to be present in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I'm not sure if Kojima is 100% correct every time he thinks that something is going to be a good addition to the game.
Yeah.
He has very strong opinions on what he thinks that a game needs, but I'm not sure if those instincts are always right.
That's where you're wrong.
I think he has a particular genius for like managing teams, and so he's able to include a lot more content in games than other people might be able to. And so that's why he ends up with a lot of really good moments in his games, is that he can just squeeze a lot more time out of a team.
Yeah,
That's
totally.
also
I really
like
think he and
incredibly
Derek.
impressive.
I feel like he and Derek Yu, the creator of Spelunky, need to have a conversation about how to make a video game.
I think
I feel like they would have a lot to say to each other. And I don't think it would end well, but I would like to see it.
It's incredibly impressive. I just kind of, I don't know about the implications of, like, how much labor people put into the games, because, you know, like,
Right.
capitalist health society.
Right.
From what I understand, Kojima's considered a pretty good person to work for.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like, he's a pretty solid director.
Interesting.
Anyway.
Maybe I'm just incredibly jaded
I'm gonna-
and know a lot about
I'm gonna try and get back on track. The only other thing I wanted to mention from this scene, other than Tsuchinoko, Eva does have one of her best lines in this scene, which she gets back up on her motorcycle, when questioned about like why she even like chooses a bike anyway. Eva just has a legitimate passion for riding and says, "I only get off my bike when I fall in love or fall dead," which I only mentioned because it comes up later. Oh, it rules. Snake returns to Groznygrad, the enormous facility where the Shagohod is being held, sneaks inside the hangar, and plants the C3. There is a scene where he sculpts it to look like a butterfly, and then immediately smushes it, which makes me so sad.
Dude, what? That's so fucked.
That's so fucking sad.
After planting the C3, setting the timer, and preparing to detonate it, he is immediately found by Revolver Ocelot and the boss, who have also found Eva. And, okay, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, now we're about... Okay, pay attention, we're about to get some story. So...
Alright.
Before Volgan steps into the ring and challenges Snake, Snake says, but before we do this, what is the Philosopher's Legacy? Volgan offers to explain before he kills him. During the first two world wars, China, the United States, and the USSR all formed a coalition. Their highest-ranking members came together to form the Weizmann's Committee, where they sat together and vowed to prevent further world wars from ever happening again. Their ultimate mission is to make the world one. To do so, they pool all of their scientists, military resources, and funds together during World War II, leading to such things as the Manhattan Project. This organization is called the Philosophers, and the combined funds of their organization is the Philosopher's Legacy. After World War II, many members of the Philosophers, however, soon became more concerned with controlling the world from secrecy and world domination and controlling the populace and whatnot, causing them to plot against each other and eventually disintegrate. The Philosopher's Legacy's funds were soon stashed across the world and laundered through various banks. Colonel Volgan's father, one of the original Philosophers, held the location of half of their funds on a tiny little microfilm, which Volgan now has. Volgan says that you might say that the microfilm is itself the Philosopher's Legacy. With the Philosopher's Legacy, Volgan has been able to create the facility of Groznygrad, commission the Shagohod, and prepares to use its funds to fund mass production of the Shagohod, which is his ultimate plan. Like, you know, one Shagohod isn't really an ultimate deterrent. 50 Shagohods, however, and, like, if you can send those to, like, destabilize third world countries, like, now he's in business.
I think people should joust with the Shagohods.
They really should.
They should.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Now, this was not Snake's mission at all. Snake had no knowledge of the philosophers or the legacy. Why Vulcan would agree to tell him about this is not explained or or makes any sort of logical sense. But now
things in my game that don't make sense.
Yeah. But the reason we are talking so much about this is it's going to lay a lot of groundwork for what comes after this game. Immediately after this, Vulcan rips off his jacket to reveal his rubber skin suit. He and Snake fight in the pit, and he keeps asking Ocelot for assistance, and Ocelot vehemently refuses to help him, even shooting Vulcan once. And it's kind of sick.
It's pretty cool,
yeah. And Ocelot keeps doing his, like, gay little finger guns the entire time. It's so good. Eventually, Snake defeats Vulcan in Mortal Kombat, escapes the hangar, and detonates the charges. It doesn't work. What ensues is the greatest fucking escape sequence I've ever seen. It's so good.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Eva attaches a sidecar to her motorcycle, and she and Snake ride through the collapsing Grossygrad facility while the
Holy
tank
shit.
the tank is like barreling behind them. And like it's like fucking ripping the base to shreds too. Like there's a scene where like Vulcan's driving the Shagahod into like this elevated walkway where a bunch of officers just kind of hanging out, and like they're like fleeing in terror as Vulcan just rips through the bridge and kills them all instantly, just so he can chase and kill Snake.
Scenes that slap my nuts straight off.
What's the risk of the Shagahods like exploding? Because like they're like fucking deja vu. These things around the hang. Like, what's the chance of them crashing into something and just fucking blowing up a nuke in the base?
That I think it's pretty low. It's an enormous armored tank that is supposed to be durable to like. It's supposed to it literally can withstand like crashing into a sheer cliff face at 300 miles per hour, which it does.
However,
I would also assume that they wouldn't store other nuclear devices near this, with that understanding.
Right, but part of the point of a Shagahod is that it's a recoilless platform for launching nuclear missiles, so presumably there is a nuclear-armed warhead inside of the Shagahod, so there is significant danger if it was destroyed.
Yeah, and they just put a bunch of C3 on it.
Right. Also, fun fact: those drill treads are real. Like,
wait, really?
No shit.
What?
I didn't know that. That's great.
Put it in live Mojave. Gotta see it.
On actual, like, basically, like, the T-34 tanks, I think? There was, like, an experimental version of the T-34 Russian tank that had, like these drill treads that made it ideal for crossing, like, jungle terrain and stuff. Apparently, they worked extremely well, but they just cost a lot of... They required more steel than normal treads to make or something. And so
yeah, because you're making a giant cylinder of steel and not just, like, a tread.
And so if they get damaged, you can't replace them.
Experimental Soviet tanks are the fucking most hilarious things I've ever seen.
Do you ever think about how balls to the wall insane people are to make weapons of mass destruction?
What I did find out is like those hovercrafts that all those guys are riding around the bottom, like they chase you on those during this scene. Those are real. Like yes. They did actually like they're like experimental versions of this, but like
things in the bottom center.
Yeah, like they actually tried to make these. They're not as maneuverable as they are in the game, but they did try to make like hovering platforms like this.
They look fucking unreal.
Yeah, they really like they look like something from Star Wars.
And they also just look like they flat out shouldn't fucking work.
A lot of the shit that Kojima puts in these games is based on like actual experimental military technology from the time.
Yeah, that's really
cool.
Like that's why I had to like take the time to explain like the Davy Crockett that Vulcan uses to nuke Sokolov's lab. Like, it's very important to understand that like Kojima is like as stupid and ridiculous as it seems, it is like somewhat grounded in something that actually existed.
Oh yeah,
I mean, even like
about the Fulton, but it's also based on like a real thing that considered trying.
Not even that, but like the attention to detail, like the references to like MK Ultra and like the Manhattan Project. Like, there's a lot.
But also, damn, if I gave a single fuck about like military history, I would find it impressive. But I just don't care.
Well,
the thing I find more impressive is that like the stupid bullshit was actually almost real. I don't give a fucking shit about like
you gotta understand that like if you actually give a fuck or understand anything about military culture, like I mean, I was almost a World War II buff type person.
Oh no.
So you gotta understand that like looking at the stuff that Kojima puts in this game is extremely fucking silly. Like the idea that any of this that like the drill tanks would actually be mass produced and useful as like a military platform, that's like it's like cartoon logic. It's as if the military had developed a machine that drops anvils on the heads of Soviet soldiers. Like
honestly,
it's stupid.
Which is something that would exist in Metal Gear.
It would 100% exist in Metal Gear.
Yeah.
Comrade, these soldiers dropping anvils on dead.
Right. There'd be a secret special unit of American soldiers that draw fake tunnels onto cliff sides.
Yeah, that would literally be something that like Foxhound would have done.
Yes,
like
100%. Like
also Looney Tunes, my beloved.
Honestly. So after
BRB getting some shit from Wile E. Coyote.
BRB going to Acme Products.
Yeah, literally. Comrade Nikolai, the shipment from Acme come in today. Yes, the chemically large crates of TNT are on schedule.
I love this crossover.
I have to catch the road runner. It's very important.
So after this incredibly badass chase sequence, where Revolver Ocelot is also involved but doesn't catch them, Snake blows up a bridge and attempts to drop the Shagahod into the ravine below. However, he only manages to destroy the back half of it, and it rockets itself out of the ravine, lands on a cliff, and they engage in mortal combat. Fortunately, the Shagahod is deathly allergic to missiles. And right as Snake is about to deliver the killing blow, Volgan, driving the Shagahod, gets struck by a bolt of lightning and dies.
Yeah, but
From where? The sky?
There is no storm. There is no rain. There's hardly even any clouds.
Cool.
Okay. So
can I ask a practical question?
What was that?
Can I ask a practical question?
Yeah.
In the bottom left picture, why is Volgan's health bar sit next to yours like he's an ally? He's not, right?
I legitimately don't know why all three of them are stacked on top of each other. I think
Kojima just does shit things sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So all right, here we go. After they finally escape the Shagahod and find their way to the lake where Eva plans to fly them out of the Soviet Union. Okay. Snake fights the boss. Snake finds the boss in a field of white flowers. It is at this point.
Sekiro?
Sekiro is legitimately like an explicit reference to this.
And Bloodborne. Like Bloodborne and Sekiro both are referencing this. Because it's so fucking dope.
Bloodborne and Sekiro taking notes.
Yeah, honestly.
I believe this is also a reference to not Kurosami, that's the Persian director.
Kurosawa?
Yeah, this is also a reference to a Kurosawa film, but it's like this exact angle that Mojave is showing on stream right now is the exact angle that they use in Sekiro.
Yeah, I know.
This looks so fucking familiar.
I know. So it's like the whole like over the shoulder thing. It's like exactly the same. Now, it is here that the boss finally explains herself, her motives, her ideals, her purpose. The boss reveals to Snake that she was raised by the philosophers and grew up having them train her to become the ultimate legendary soldier that she is today. She also learned of their original purpose and their original ideology, and saw their foolish descent into depravity and ultimate dissolution. She holds true to their original purpose to make the world one. And as stupid and insane as that whole like first person in space thing is, the boss explains that as like actually kind of a profound character building moment where in space she saw a new vision of the world with no borders, no nations, no Cold War, no East and West, just the world as one. And instantly became disillusioned of all of Cold War politics, the whole nature of an endless armed conflict wherein enemies change with the times and war is continuous and endless. Her ultimate goal is to put an end to that. However, due to her duty to her country, she is a little bit unable to do this. She basically has made her mission to let herself be killed by Snake in this fight so that his mission can be complete and the US and USSR do not launch nukes at each other. She challenges Snake to one last fight to test his abilities and see if he can truly surpass her. And these exact words she uses here are worth repeating verbatim. I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons, taught you techniques, endowed you with knowledge. There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to do is take my life by your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on in the fight. It is our destiny. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss, and the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. And Snake does defeat the boss in a CQC battle and is forced to kill her at last.
Hey, I could
sad.
I could be talking out of my ass here, but I looked up the white lily flower, which looks incredibly like the flowers in the field, and a lot of people believe that white lilies are a bad omen. You see them in funerals, you see them in I don't know, a lot of like people would think they are like a
I believe they are Star of Bethlehem flowers, but that might be a different scene in Metal Gear.
Okay, again, I could be talking out of my ass, but it's yeah.
So this is another thing that I can't really do justice just by talking about. It's such a fucking incredible scene. Snake shoots
on the it plays on the central themes of the entire series. Like this scene, part of what makes it so powerful is that it's very much Kojima distilling his artistic and ideological goals into a single moment with a single character.
Yeah, like from here on out, we will see endless conflict and endless battle. And Snake is going to be at the center of it. And it is, and even though, and like, the thing he is deconstructing is that, like, he makes these things the center of his games, the things that, like, people are, like, you know, his audience is coming back to, but he repeatedly reminds us, like, none of this is good. There is no glory or heroism in any of this. Like, Snake, like, the boss is basically just telling Snake that she and him are purely disposable and will be replaced as the times change. And we are reminded of that several times with several different iterations.
And you may be thinking, wow, that's crazy. That reminds me of the Forever War.
This one comes back in Revelations, or not Revelations, fucking
Revengeance.
Revengeance.
Metal Gear Revelation sounds like a
That sounds like
could
the
be
Binding of Isaac crossover that you never wanted.
Oh, God.
Or the Resident Evil crossover we never wanted.
Didn't we say Kojima didn't know what Catholicism was?
Well, he's about to find out.
Oh no!
York, that sounds like
evangelism.
York, that sounds like a threat.
It is.
I will teach Kojima about Catholicism.
Anyway, so another incredibly powerful and moving scene that is immediately preceded by more stupid bullshit.
Good.
Oh boy,
he's back.
So Snake and Eva fly away on an enormous plane called a wig, and Ocelot chases them down on one of those hovercrafts, yelling, "Snake, it's not over yet!" Jumps on the
I'm
plane.
still in love with you.
Yeah, jumps on the plane, and he and Snake just start beating the shit out of each other. And Ocelot's weight is pulling the plane down, and Eva's like really struggling to keep it stable. There's this other great scene where Ocelot tries to jabs at Snake's eye, but hits his eye patch, and he just grins at him like, "Hey, wrong eye, idiot." Even though he lost that eye literally yesterday, and that would still hurt. It would still leave him in agony.
And it's just the most Three Stooges ass move on.
There's literally a scene where they both pull out Snake gets a hand on one of Ocelot's revolvers, and the two of them just start emptying at each other, but both of the clips are empty, so it's them just the camera cutting back and forth between them
Is that the one they're on a rooftop and they're shooting at each other and barrel rolling constantly as if they can dodge bullets in real time?
Oh my god, yeah! I forgot. What fucking game is that from? Oh my god, I know what you're talking about.
I know that it's a Metal Gear thing, but
no, I don't think it's Metal Gear. I don't think it is, but it feels like something that should be a Metal Gear thing.
Sebastian, my love, the scene you've just depicted kind of sounds like they're just jerking each other off. I'm just saying.
What happens? Yeah, it really is. What happens after this? Ocelot does that thing again where he takes two of his guns, puts a single bullet in them, and starts he does that thing where he starts switching them around and behind his back. Asks Snake to pick one of them, and if Snake picks the right or wrong one, and that decides whoever wins the duel. Naturally, Ocelot loads it with a blank. He doesn't actually care about.
You see, I have been developing a tolerance to iocane powder.
That's this entire series. It's just different people developing different immunities to iocane powder.
Literally. Another major plot point in Metal Gear Solid 1.
Glad to know that my 4 years of going to the same school as Cariolus has gotten me the knowledge of this.
Except for that one disease they can't be immunized from.
Mm-hmm.
Bullets.
Bullets.
Excuse me, I have an allergy, a severe allergy to bullets.
Now what happens after this duel? It's evident based off of this that Ocelot never actually cared about killing Snake. He just wanted to have a fair showdown with him where he felt like the two of them were equals. After this he laughs and goes "Hey, that was fun. Let's do it again sometime." And before the duel says, "Hey, before we do this, before I kill you, what's your name?" He goes, "It's Snake." "No, we're not animals. You're not a snake. I'm not an ocelot. What's your name?" He says, "John," which is his real name, his real actual first name. And then he just goes,
he was lying.
He's like, "Heh, square ass name." Also reveals his first name to be Adamska. Again, real first names.
That's so fucking gay.
It's so fucking gay. I think that might be the cool. They might be the only people who know each other's real first names, except for Eva, who is also there.
Practically marriage vows. Eva's fishy.
This is literally the formation of a polycule. I really can't emphasize how much this is the formation of a polycule.
Oh, that's good.
Because by this point, Eva and Snake have actually by this point, Eva and Snake have actually formed a romantic bond. They've shared a passionate kiss twice now. And it's during the crazy motorcycle escape, so it's actually kind of it feels a little weird, but okay, this actually feels a little earned.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hey, do you think for not just for the player, but I feel like the implication of their fights for Snake has a different feel after he's literally killed his mom?
That's a good ass question.
That really is, because okay, Let's think about this. Let's actually talk. Can I Fish, can I riff about this a little bit?
Yeah.
So if we think about the fact that, the boss is Ocelot's mother and now she is dead, naturally Ocelot doesn't know that, but now a lot of Snake's relationship to Ocelot at this point, he's had kind of like a sort of, I want to see you like grow up and kind of come into your own and just kind of stop clowning around and take yourself a little more seriously. Like he's trying to kind of like build him up a little bit. But now that Snake and Ocelot are both effectively without parents, they have effectively both kind of come into their own. And they've effectively both come of age by now. So when they do fight here, they are equals to each other. They have both kind of found themselves and like set themselves on their own paths and have met each other and decided that they kind of like each other. So
and they're actually deeply passionately in love.
Yeah, there is something to that. I think it's kind of like they've both left home and found each other.
Yeah, because I was just thinking because the like implications of that, like you've just like beaten your mentor and there's nothing left to learn, but they are equals here, and it's my brain is going nuts. I'm gonna have a migraine after this.
Again, incredibly stupid, but also brilliant.
Yeah.
Hey, this might be an instance of just connecting the dots where there aren't any. Whenever you introduced Eva, didn't you mention somebody else named Adam?
I'll get to that later.
Okay.
I'm gonna take that opportunity and move on. Snake and Eva then fly to a cabin in Alaska where they make passionate love. Snake wakes up the next morning to find Eva missing, having left a audio recording of herself. She explains she was not working for the United States. She was not working for the Soviet Union. She was working as a triple agent for the Chinese this entire time.
What?
And has made off with the Philosopher's legacy.
Holy shit, okay.
I'm gonna go to bed.
It only gets worse. Now keep in mind that the boss was also a triple agent working for the United States, the Soviet Union, and what remains of the Philosophers.
Hey, Blake,
also trying to recover the Philosopher's legacy.
This is making my brain hurt.
Now, Snake meets President Lyndon Baines Johnson, who awards him the title of Big Boss. Someone who has surpassed even the boss. And the little webcomic.
Whenever defeats him, it'll be Bigger Boss.
Yep. Actually,
the biggest boss.
Now the webcomic that I've shown here, you've probably seen the meme of like the guys in suits going like, "Oh, like this is the original source. It was about a webcomic about Metal Gear."
Literally.
Yeah. Now.
Big.
I like their faces so much.
They're very good.
Press F to pay respects.
This is not the original press F to pay respects. That text has been overlaid over this scene.
Oh, okay.
But I think that's from like a Call of Duty game or something much more hollow than Metal Gear.
From this image specifically.
Yeah. Now.
Kojima's universe.
Mm-hmm. Now Snake, now Big Boss, does not feel like he has surpassed his mentor. He takes no pride in this. He takes no pride in the title of Big Boss. Eva explains to Big Boss that the boss's mission was to infiltrate the Soviet Union, gain Colonel Volkin's trust, and steal the Philosopher's legacy. She was originally assigned to do this by the United States, but secretly intended to use it for her own ends. But following Volkin nuking his own country, the mission had to change. So she let herself fall to Snake's hands, basically sacrificing all of her honor, all of her reputation, just so that Snake could go on and perhaps fulfill her vision. Eva says the following: she sacrificed her life and honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot. And thus concludes Metal Gear Solid 3.
Holy shit.
Which brings us to the intervening
really intense.
the intervening years.
That is so much game.
We have some
So much...
we have some history to talk about. Now,
And-
the first
Yeah. Go.
the first thing that happens, Ocelot calls Nikita Khrushchev, explaining that Groznygrad has been destroyed, saying that it has been a necessary sacrifice. He'll keep the KGB informed on the situation, and we'll see about recovering the Philosopher's legacy. He then calls the director of the CIA, saying, the mission was a success, sir. I have the Philosopher's legacy. The one that
Holy
we gave the
shit.
Chinese was a fake.
Oh,
On
shit.
top of all of this, fucking twink ass gay little Ocelot has been a triple agent for the CIA this whole time. And was also Adam,
I knew it. That's what I was gonna say.
Ah,
Yes.
God.
the ultimate Russian chaos agent.
Oh my god, he was Adam!
king.
God,
Oh my
no.
God.
I was just like, Adamska.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
It's just fucking ugh.
And
Uh,
okay. If you think this is wild, Metal Gear Solid 4 is considered the insane one.
Yeah, 4 is like
I'm so excited.
Hey, CT, you sure about that?
unraveling Metal Gear Solid 4 was like, it was like a fever dream, honestly.
Part of what makes 5 so impressive is just that it made sense of Metal Gear Solid 4.
Honestly,
Oh,
yeah.
Being a Gemini.
Really. Anyway, so, alright. Now, Ocelot only has half of the Philosopher's legacy at the moment, but he sets out to acquire the rest. Meanwhile, Big Boss, disillusioned after Operation Snake Eater, leaves the Fox unit. Major Zero, the mission commander, also leaves the unit, which is eventually disbanded. However, XOF, the covert counterpart, is still in operation. Colonel Volgan's comatose body is recovered from Groznygrad and sent to a research facility high in the mountains outside of Moscow. Let's see. October 15... hang on, did I forget anything else? Okay, that's all. October 15, 1964. President Khrushchev resigns from his position and Leonid Brezhnev becomes party first secretary. October 16th. China successfully concludes its first tests of nuclear weaponry after the Wapner testing site in the Taikamakan Desert and becomes the world's 5th nuclear power. January 30th, 1965. Operation Rolling Thunder begins, and United States enters the Vietnam conflict.
All of this is stuff that happened in real life, by the way.
Yes.
These are real life events.
Yeah.
Yes. October 7th to 9th. Che Guevara is captured by the Bolivian Special Forces, with support from the CIA, and executed. French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre later declares Guevara to be, quote, the most complete human being of our age. 1968. Also real.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
a real quote that he really fucking said.
Yeah, he really fucking said that. He really said that badass thing about Che Guevara.
Yeah.
1968. Eva, while undercover in Hanoi, disappears without a trace. Also in 1968, a young Kazuhira Miller, a former college student in the Japanese-born college student in the United States, moves back to Japan to join the Japan Self-Defense Force. We will return to Kazuhira Miller later.
I forgot that he was in the JDF.
Okay.
He was in the JSDF, yeah. April 2nd, 1968. 2001, A Space Odyssey is released. July 20th, 1969. Apollo 11 lands the first man on the moon. 1969. COINTELPRO begins operating against the Black Panthers. Now, COINTELPRO had been operating a long while before this. Many of the tactics used in COINTELPRO are alleged to have seen continued use, including discrediting targets through psychological warfare, smearing individuals and groups using forged documents, and by planting false reports in the media, harassment, wrongful imprisonment, illegal violence, and assassination. When faced by the Senate... Yeah?
The only thing that's untrue about that is that it's not the COINTELPRO program anymore. It's just become standard operating procedure for the FBI.
Oh yeah, no. They basically got snuffed out by the U.S. government and were interrogated by the U.S. Senate.
And when interrogated, when faced by the Senate for examination of their unethical acts, claimed they were protecting national security, preventing violence, and maintaining the existing social and political order.
Which is exactly what they were doing.
Yep. COINTELPRO's targets included feminist organizations, the U.S. Communist Party, anti-Vietnam War organizers, activists of the Civil Rights Movement and Black Power movement, such as Martin Luther King Jr., the Nation of Islam, the Black Panther Party, environmentalist and animal rights organizations, the American Indian movement, independence movements, including Puerto Rican independence groups such as the Young Lords and the Puerto Rican Socialist Party, a variety of organizations that were part of the broader New Left, and right-wing groups such as the Ku Klux Klan and the National States' Rights Party. However, those latter two are misnomers, as COINTELPRO was known for operating with the KKK, and were also claimed to be incapable of stopping them despite making 1/5 of their membership.
Oh my.
Yep.
God.
Now,
so yeah, the church committee brought this up to them and were interrogating them about why, if they were like such a strong disruption force, why weren't they able to stop or do anything about the KKK? And they were like, well, we couldn't do anything about them.
Despite most of them being in the KKK, like making up most of the KKK.
A small 20% of the KKK, yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Holy shit.
Hasn't changed one bit, by the way.
Has not changed at all.
Nothing has changed, by the way.
Yeah.
100% true.
Now the CIA is mostly concerned with foreign affairs and foreign governments and other international conflicts, and they don't often get involved in domestic affairs. It is highly plausible and exceedingly likely that CIA was involved in COINTELPRO. Now, there are reasons I am bringing this up. Kojima does not really discuss COINTELPRO, but I feel it is I still deem it important to this timeline. Now,
It's
and
important
speaking,
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
because we go from covert operations to suppress troublemakers and neutralize them into 1970. This is huge. This is Major Zero, Big Boss, Paramedic, and SIGINT, the members of Operation Snake Eater, form an organization called the Patriots. An organization dedicated to carrying out the last will of the boss to make the world one. To do this, Zero plans to use the remaining Philosopher spy networks to create and control the spread and exchange of information and manipulate government policy to suit his whims. He also opts to use Big Boss as the face of this organization to create a sort of messianic figure for the world to rally behind. Ocelot will later join the organization and provide the entire Philosopher's legacy to their disposal, along with Eva, whom Big Boss rescues from Hanoi. Ocelot will operate as a operative for the Patriots inside of the Soviet Union as an informant. While
This is awesome. I'm sorry, I know that's a bit of a that's so fucking cool.
No, it fucks super hard.
It is, so basically what has just happened is all the surviving players from Metal Gear Solid 3 have all come together to form a secret society to control the world.
And this is the Patriots, babe?
This is the Patriots.
Okay.
Yes.
Damn.
Like, you know how QAnon is obsessed with the shadow government?
Yeah.
Like, they've basically effectively formed a shadow government.
Oh shit.
And
Yeah, and
it's
something about this, just I feel like a lot of QAnon supporters, a lot of people on the internet right now may have used this as one of their sources of inspiration and taken the absolutely wrong message out of it.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Now, yeah.
So what I'm getting is that this entire series is incredibly profound and it fucks super hard, but
It's also stupid as shit.
Yeah, and people have taken the wrong messages out of it.
Literally,
Absolutely.
I'll talk about a Russian taunt on one of the last bullet points in this entire presentation, but that's totally one of them.
Yeah, but
now,
this fucks super hard.
Now, Big Boss has a bit of a different idea from Zero about how to fulfill the boss's will. You see, Zero thinks that the boss wanted to unite the world under a single ruling order to eliminate, to prevent any conflicts by creating a sort of autocratic, firm central government, and just kind of creating a new world order by controlling every single aspect of society. Yeah. Big Boss, on the other hand, he took more to heart the boss's message about the nature of the soldier. See, what's important to understand here is that Zero knew the boss when they were working in SAS, so they were partners in espionage together. They were experts in being spies, controlling information, like controlling classified information. But Big Boss knew the boss on the battlefield, and that affects how he saw her. And Big Boss believes that what the boss wanted was to make it was for soldiers to always have a place in the world. He believes that the boss was fighting against soldiers being disregarded and deemed as a replaceable, disposable class. And he hasn't quite figured out what he wants to do about that just yet. But this whole like kind of tension, this whole little doubt comes to a head in 1971 to 1972.
Wait, before we move on, can I make a comment?
Yeah.
I think it's just really interesting and kind of says something about like historicism and like the legacy of people, of like leaders and people in power and philosophers, even that like people can take two entirely different messages out of the same person's philosophy based on the context in which they have come to understand them, and also both come to wildly wrong conclusions about what that person wanted.
Absolutely.
You're really hitting on something there, Q.
Yeah, and
so we're gonna see. Notice that for the first time.
We're gonna see these two ideologies come to a head later, but they are triggered by les enfants terribles. Now, les enfants terribles. Now,
oh fucking boy,
terrible infants.
Now, yes, the terrible children. Major Zero. Now we'll just call him Zero from now on. He is concerned that Big Boss might leave the Patriots. Now, he still needs his icon. He still needs somebody to lead the organization, that legendary soldier for the public to rally behind. In order to keep their big boss, their ultimate badass hero, he opts to find the children. He opts to create the sons of Big Boss. However, Big Boss is sterile and cannot produce children. So,
this entire is based on a real thing that happened in American history about, like, there was an attempted coup back in the 1970s centered around a famous soldier named Smedley Butler. As, like, a sort of figurehead for this military coup, but it turns out that he actually kind of hated everyone who was trying to do the coup. It's a fascinating story that we don't have time to talk about. Anyway, continue.
That's insane. I wish I knew about that.
Okay, CC, I need more information on this.
Yeah, we'll ask about this later.
Do you have a source that you can link later?
There's a fucking there's an episode of Behind the Bastards about it.
Ooh, excellent.
Good.
Excellent.
I need to listen to that immediately.
So,
I'll find it and link in chat.
Yes.
I love that
this
podcast.
This right here is extremely important and basically the basis for the series. Because what happens here, since Big Boss cannot actually produce children on his own, Zero enlists paramedic, also known as Dr. Clark, her real name, to create clones of Big Boss. To do that, Dr. Clark, she samples DNA from Big Boss's somatic cells, uses them to fertilize the eggs of a Japanese woman, and implants those eggs into Eva, who gives birth to twins. One of them gained all of Big Boss's recessive traits, and one gained all of Big Boss's dominant traits. Their names are David and Eli. They are kept on. They go on their different paths. They are raised partly by the Patriots, partly by other organizations. Their childhoods are a bit of a mystery, but we will return to these children later. There is also a third clone created, and the circumstances of his birth are a little mysterious. Along with these two, like purely dominant and purely recessive clones, Zero and Dr. Clark managed to create a perfect genetic clone of Big Boss called Solidus Snake. I will just say that as his
fucking boy.
Yes.
Is this Solid Snake that we know?
No, Solidus Snake is
No.
a different
Okay.
person.
Different
Now-
different guy.
Different guy.
I love.
Cross-linking name convention.
Just
different guy.
just keep in mind, David and Eli are out here, but Solidus Snake is also a part of this, and he is like,
Okay.
like, you can't just grow a person from a tube. But we don't know how Solidus was born. He might as well have been fucking grown out of a tube.
Okay.
Big Boss, this is what does it for him. Being cloned and reproduced is what does it for Big Boss, and he officially leaves the Patriots in 1971.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
that-
get
Well, I
that.
mean, like, wait, did they have his consent to do this or not? That's
They
my
did not
question.
have his
did
consent to
not.
do this.
Yeah, I
The-
would have fucking gone
the-
too.
the-
Are you kidding me?
The
Are you
Liaison Font to
clowning?
Read the Liaison Font to Read project began like without his
Yeah, I
knowledge or
would've been
consent.
out.
Now-
Imagine
I would've been
making a
out.
fucking club with your best friends, and then you find out one day that they just decided to replace you with 3 different versions of yourself.
And
With-
also impersonating
Yeah.
someone that you like had sexual intercourse with and like presumably had feelings for.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
those
that's
Yeah.
children,
fucked up.
and did this all without your fucking knowledge or consent.
Yeah,
I would have been like fucking out.
yeah. This is
And then you
this is
find out they named one of them Solidus. That'd be enough.
honestly
You realize they named one of them fucking David. Fucking unbelievable.
Fucking
of
David.
on God.
David.
Solidus?
Solidus.
Well, is fine. David?
Nah.
Yeah.
Get outta
E-
here.
Eli is like
Hey.
whatever, it's fine.
I'm having the
That's a
same
Jewish
kind
So-
name. I can. Yeah, I love a Jew.
Yeah.
It's a
Jewish
very
name.
different problem, but it's kind of similar to like I'm feeling the whole fucking Xehanort thing all over again.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
there
just
are there are now 4 snakes, by the way.
I need to briefly.
Hate
segue.
it. Hate it.
Oh, 4 snakes.
Yep.
Hate
Now,
it.
Too many
this is
snakes.
this officially drives the wedge between Zero and Big Boss, and they from here on out they will be working against each other. 1973. Navajo removal and code talker from Wikipedia. In 1944, uranium mining under the U.S. military's Manhattan Project began on Navajo Nation lands and on Lakota Nation lands. On August 1st, 1946, the responsibility for atomic science and technology was transferred from the military to the United States Atomic Energy Commission. Afterward, widespread uranium mining began on Navajo and Lakota lands in a nuclear arms race with the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Large uranium deposits were mined on and near the Navajo Reservation in the Southwest, and these were developed through the 20th century. Absent much environmental regulation prior to the founding of the Environmental Protection Agency in 1970 and passage of related laws, the mining endangered thousands of Navajo workers, as well as producing contamination that has persisted in adversely affecting air and water quality and contaminating Navajo lands.
To this day, by the way.
To this day,
Yeah.
private companies hired thousands of Navajo men to work the uranium mines. Disregarding the known health risks of exposure in uranium, the private companies and the United States Atomic Energy Commission failed to inform the Navajo workers about the dangers and to regulate the mining to minimize contamination. As more data was collected,
Didn't actually
they were
know a lot of it, but it's still bad.
as more
absolutely
data was
bad, and
collected,
that's
they were slow to take appropriate action for the workers. This every single thing I just read was true. That was also something that happened in history. Now, Code Talker was a old Navajo scientist. He got a hold of the End's body prior to Operation Snake Eater. After studying it, he found that the End's photosynthetic capabilities and his extreme old age were responsible to tiny parasites that were living on his body. Now, parasite is a bit of a misnomer.
Hello?
They lived in symbiosis. Like, they had, like, there was a mutualistic relationship that he had with these microbes that gave him these abilities.
Venom?
Interesting.
He managed to supplant this ability onto himself, granting himself the End's long life, but also discovers a microbe that can metabolize and deactivate uranium and begins mobilizing it against the uranium miners. He also discovers,
As hell.
which is fucking cool as hell. Kojima decided, like, okay, I don't know if I want to give Kojima too much credit for this because, like, frankly, there's a lot that I don't know as well. But, like, the fact that he even cares about, like, American indigenous issues is awesome. And the fact that he made it this cool is also pretty great.
Also, do you know where
Yeah.
the term Code Talker comes from?
I do. I'll talk about this. Code
Okay, cool,
Talker. Code Talker comes from Code Talkers were language specialists during the World Wars that provided provided American indigenous languages for the U.S. Army to use as their codes during the Pacific fronts, the most famous of whom were the Navajo code talkers, because the Japanese couldn't identify their language and translate it.
I wonder how that's effective, because I know a lot of native language are like a lot of native languages are dying out today because literally it's like
the history of the code talkers were invaluable to the Pacific Front, but also like they weren't really fully acknowledged or declassified until like 50 years after the war.
Yeah,
like they were like widely
It's partially because the knowledge of how they worked and the codes that they worked under was extremely top secret, and you just the government literally was not allowed to talk to them for 50 years because that's what the declassification protocols are. However, none of the the Navajo code talkers were literally invaluable to the war in the Pacific Front, and essentially were not compensated or rewarded in any way that was commensurate to the contributions that they made to the war, which these people should be considered literal heroes.
I know. Yeah.
Fucked.
Yeah.
That is extremely fucked, but I am not surprised.
Yeah. So by creating the character Code Talker, Kojima is drawing like a crazy legacy of like fucking war heroes into his story.
And like not just like code talkers, because that's just like a common thing that happened in military history. He tied it to the ongoing exploitation of native labor and land in the United States.
Yeah, that shit's bold.
It's so cool.
It's so cool. And to top all of this to top all of this off, like to tie this a little ribbon on all of this bullshit, Code Talker, the character, discovers that the parasites that he finds specifically respond to different language patterns. He doesn't quite figure out how to mobilize it yet, but he discovers that that's part of how they spread and reproduce, by encoding themselves to different languages. And I might be pulling this one out of my ass, but I seem to remember, based off like Code Talker has a lot of tapes in the game he appears in where he like talks about the science of the microbes. I think it's implied that they don't respond to Navajo.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
what does that mean?
Well, I mean, it's like a reference to how the Navajo language was like part of the code that couldn't be broken. Part of the Code Talkers. All right, so
I feel like it might be saying something else, but I'll get to that later.
Right. Moving on to the intervening years of 1970 and 1974. If the background looks like the ANCAP flag, I feel like it was an accident, but it's incredibly thematic.
I legitimately don't think that that's an accident, but
I also don't think it's an accident.
No, I think it's not an accident for different reasons. A lot of mercenary bands use that color scheme for historical reasons, because like black and yellow were common color schemes for fascist paramilitary groups.
I didn't know this.
Black and gold is the traditional anarcho-capitalist color scheme, and so a lot of soldiers of fortune adopted those colors.
I see.
Hate that.
So starting from the top, 1970. The Sandinista Liberation Front, backed by the KGB and Cuban DGI, start launching military initiatives against the Somoza regime. Meanwhile, Paramedic, also known as Dr. Clark, establishes the nation's first paramedic system in Seattle, Washington. This was, I believe, before she joined the Patriots.
And this is real history, the establishing of a paramedic association.
I do believe that was when the first one was established. Dr. Clark being involved in this is fictional, yes. Sometime in the early 70s, a young boy named Tretyi Rebelnak is born in a village in Russia. November 25th, 1970. Yukio Mishima commits suicide during a failed coup d'etat at the Japanese Self-Defense Forces Eastern Command headquarters in an attempt to restore the divinity of the emperor. Yukio Mishima was, if you just the spark notes on him, he was essentially a fascist imperial loyalist who had this entire manifesto and committed suicide as he like failed to like take over the army. His questioning the status quo of the JSDF influences the later resignation of soldier Kazuhira Miller. Kazuhira Miller then goes on to become a mercenary and a solo mercenary and soldier of fortune himself. 1971, Big Boss founds Foxhound while still active with the Patriots. He later abandons Foxhound, leaves its command to other parties, but the unit still exists under the tradition set by Zero and the Fox unit. The Democrat also in 1971, the Democratic Republic of the Congo changes its name to Zaire. 1972, after leaving the Patriots, Big Boss founds MSF, which stands for Militaire Sans Frontières, which is translated to Soldiers Without Borders, his own paramilitary mercenary company. He gathers a whole bunch of other soldiers of fortune and basically travels around the world, working for whoever and whatever regime needs an army. He just wants to fucking fight. Also, the name Soldiers Without Borders is like beyond parody. It's like, okay, Kojima, I get it.
Why am I getting like Eric Prince vibes?
It's huge Eric Prince vibes.
It is.
Honestly.
It's exactly what Eric Prince did. Like Eric Prince thinks he's Big Boss.
Except
He
for,
really
except
does.
For, except for, I don't think Big Boss is extremely rich, is he?
No.
He's not some like mama's boy.
Yeah, he's like dirt fucking. He's like dirt.
Well, he had access
because
to the
like
legacy, right?
No, he like remember he left the Patriots and Zero kept the legacy, so he didn't get any of that money.
He's just a terrorist now.
Yeah, literally all he had was like his own reputation. He would basically like what we're led to believe is that Big Boss basically like went around battlefields being like, "Hey, I'm Big Boss, want to work for me?" And they were like, "Fuck yeah!"
Oh shit!
Which is honestly kind of a big dick move.
It's really.
I was gonna say, like Eric Prince, is extremely little PP.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he's a little baby PP man. Like he should die.
Absolutely, but like the vibe of what he's doing is very reminiscent of Eric Prince or whatever.
Like, I just wanted to come to the defense of Big Boss, something I didn't think I would be fucking say during this presentation.
Big Boss like deserves to have the reputation that he does.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Eric Prince does not.
Yeah. 1972. Big Boss, while working for the fascist Colombian government, faces Kazuhira Miller on the battlefield, who was fighting for the socialist rebels. While fighting him, you can tell that Miller is new to the battlefield, but possesses the spirit of a warrior. Miller distrusts Big Boss at first, but when Big Boss explains that he too is just a soldier of fortune of no ideology, just like Miller, they come to a mutual understanding and eventually respect each other. Big Boss later invites Kazuhira Miller to be his second in command at MSF. He agrees, and they become close friends and confidants. September 11th, 1973. The Chilean coup d'etat. The socialist government of the Chilean President Salvador Allende is overthrown by the Chilean military, led by General Augusto Pinochet, in a coup d'etat supported by the CIA.
Which, if you don't know in real life, Pinochet was a super fucking fascist.
He was a fucking piece of shit, and like the remnants of his government were only like the last of his policies were only like dissolved within like the last like 2 years.
Oh
like,
yeah.
The end of like the effects of his regime are only like, and like it's in the news. Like all of Chile is like celebrating that the last of his family is dead because they're all enormous pieces of shit that like drove Chile into the ground.
Yeah.
Wait, so Pinochet gets put into power or gets taken out of power?
Pinochet is put into power in 1970.
Oh, did they terminate Allende?
Yeah.
Oh my
I think I recall Robert Evans doing an episode about this as well.
Yeah. 1973.
Or at least covering it.
Yeah. 1973, the Waseda University Department of Engineering in Tokyo develops the Weibot-1, the world's first bipedal walking robot. Also in 1973, a military force called Peace Sentinel invades Costa Rica. Huey Emmerich is hired into the Peace Walker project, along with the Peace Sentinel. May 18th, 1974. India becomes the world's 6th nuclear power as a result of the project Smiling Buddha. Which brings us into our next game, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, released in 2011 on the PSP. Now, I'm going to butcher this. I'm going to kind of blitz through this one. A lot happens in this game, but not a lot that actually matters happens.
Is this 4? Is this the balls to the wall one?
No, that one is just called Metal Gear Solid 4.
Okay.
This one is just called Peace Walker.
This is preamble to...
Yeah.
Okay.
This is preamble to a different game.
The preamble to the Constitution event, so
Yeah. Very
so,
good cover art.
this game covers Big Boss's actions in Central and South America, working with MSF. His organization is approached by 2 representatives of Costa Rica, Ramon Galvez Mena and Paz Ortega Andrade. Representatives of Costa Rica. Their country is currently under occupation by Peace Sentinel, and are asking Big Boss and MSF to intervene. He immediately hesitates, but ultimately decides to work with them. In this game, he repeatedly rejects when soldiers call him Big Boss. He still hasn't really worn into the title yet, but when he tells them don't call me Big Boss, they say, okay, Vic Boss. Which is the funniest fucking mistranslation of Big Boss I've ever seen. The way they justify it in English is oh, it's Victory Boss, which is really stupid.
It's no, it isn't.
Yeah, the reason it mistranslates to Vic Boss is because the B and G consonants in Japanese are really similar.
Okay.
When romanized, so Big and Vic are very close together.
It's how Japanese speakers have trouble with B's and L's.
Yeah, exactly. In the meantime, as part of this arrangement, Galvez and Paz give MSF Mother Base, an enormous former oil rig in the middle of the Caribbean that serves as their base of operations.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is where the shit comes in.
No. It's not that thing in Metal Gear Solid 2. It's very similar. It's very similar to Big Shell. Big Shell's design influenced Mother Base.
Okay.
But yeah, from Mother Base, Big Boss has the resources and funds to turn MSF into a superpower, basically, elevating it from just a gang of mercenary terrorists to a private military company, essentially. Now what we're seeing here is Big Boss is starting to turn war into a business. Before this, you could be you could be a war profiteer, you could be a soldier of fortune, just kind of as on your own, but now he's turning it into not quite an economy and not even really an industry, but you can be in the your profession could be I fight wars for a living.
Right.
The preamble to the military-industrial complex.
Not even that. Those are 2 separate.
That's already
things.
going.
Oh, okay.
This is the preamble to a much darker turn in the Kojima timeline.
Okay.
The military-industrial complex is sort of the group of aerospace corporations and steel manufacturers that essentially supply the raw materials and technologies that keeps the U.S. Army afloat. This is basically essentially saying that there are entire multinational private armies that exist. In the world today, there are maybe 1,000 active working professional mercenaries.
Right.
This is basically saying that now there are mercenary armies the size of similar size and power to small nations.
This is saying that a mercenary band could be on the Fortune 500.
That's fucking
partake in the world economy.
Hey, that's fucking terrifying.
This is the first seed of that. Also in this game, Kazuhira Miller and Big Boss have gay sex on the beach.
Yeah.
It's barely
sex,
even
gay
implied.
sex,
It's so
gay
fucking
sex.
explicit. They literally go in the box together with down in their underwear and hearts spawn around the box.
Oh my
Hey,
gosh.
I love that.
Why
Wait, they had
icon
sex
Big
in the.
Boss?
Wait, they had sex in the box.
They had sex in the box.
Why icon Big Boss?
Yep.
Big box.
Wait, does it? Oh my god! Can we point out that in the frame that you added in that scene, it says, hey, come on now, we're friends, aren't we?
I know, it's so good.
Oh man.
This is what I mean when it's like, this is unequivocally gay.
I know.
Guys being dudes.
People are so like, I don't really see like the man-on-man content in Metal Gear. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey,
Selective blindness, I got you.
Is it homosexual to go onto a beach naked and have gay sex in a
Fellas?
Yes. On the beach, it don't count.
Yes!
It's
Now I mentioned that we're in Costa Rica, which naturally borders Nicaragua, and the Sandinista Liberation Front is currently active there. Big Boss meets a few of their members who have fled across the border and are currently in hiding, such as, let me get their names real quickly. Let's see. Yeah, Amanda and her brother Chico, who's currently captured by Peace Sentinel. Big Boss agrees to go rescue Chico, and eventually uncovers that they do, in fact, possess a nuclear warhead. Enter the fucking best named character of this entire series. This is Hot Coldman.
Fucking shit, dude.
Oh no, that is a Death Stranding name.
It really is. He literally Kojima was like, yes, this I will turn this into Die Hardman.
I forget what my Metal Gear Solid name was, but I did do it after the Unraveled episode dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Peace Sentinel is being led by CIA operative Hot Coldman. He is.
I will not. I want you to understand. This is like an Ace Attorney character.
It really is. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be able to get through this game with like a straight face. He is trying to create a new Metal Gear with the help of scientist Huey Emmerich, who is pictured in that complicated ass wheelchair up ahead. He is referred to by fans as Datacon.
Wait, Hot Coldman is or Huey, whatever the fake?
Huey is referred to by fans as Datacon.
Datacon?
This is a
I will
that I do know about,
like Dad Akon. Now this particular Metal Gear, codenamed Peace Walker, is it is designed with the intent to fire nukes and select targets without the need for human intervention or human operation. It does this with the influence of an AI pod. The AI pod was designed by a doctor named Dr. Strangelove, the boss's former gay lover.
Kind of a MILF.
Wait, fucking what? He had another former gay lover that was just not included in this?
Yeah, well, no, not Big Boss, the boss.
Oh, the boss.
Yeah, the boss was getting some pussy.
Gay, we don't know.
Women moments.
So she was lesbians.
Yeah, she wasn't lesbians.
She was lesbian.
I didn't cover this. It's also implied that she and Eva may have had a night of passion, or at least Eva jerked off thinking about her.
I need you to understand how attracted to Dr. Strangelove I am.
So when you're trying to like escort Eva to the plane and escape, you can tranquilize her and just drag her like sleeping body around, and she'll like start having wet dreams about the boss.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Now
attention to detail in these games cannot be understated.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And so the AI pods that are governing Peace Walker are designed to replicate the personality of the boss, because Hot Coldman believes that the boss was the only person who could have possibly possessed the judgment required to accurately select a target for a nuclear strike. Boy, oh boy, does he not understand who the boss is.
Oh god.
It's like, yes, she was a very effective soldier and spy who always knew what needed to be done. Obviously, she would know what to do. It's like,
hey, have you? That's like.
No, I agree with this.
That is like seeing a really bad take on like fucking Tumblr.
It really is.
No, I'm actually gonna invert this on you. I think he's right, but I don't think he realizes that that the correct solution would be not to nuke anyone.
We'll get into that later. So, eventually, Strangelove, picture on the left, captures and interrogates. What was that?
Steve Strider?
Stop.
Don't say that. Please don't say that. Please don't say that.
I will be killing you with hammers soon.
Do it, bitch. Do it. You won't.
Attacking.
Now, Strangelove
Coming towards you with
captures
malicious
and interrogates Big Boss, and demands answers as to why the fuck the boss defected to the Soviet Union in the first place, because she cannot possibly understand why the boss would do this. Snake remains silent, and Strangelove takes this as a sign that Big Boss really doesn't know who the boss was more than she did. Eventually, she and Huey Emmerich join MSF, fall in love, and have a baby. Now, it is later revealed that Ramon that Galvez was actually a Soviet spy. He is his actual name was Vladimir Alexandrovich Zadornov, and reveals he intended to use Peace Walker to fake a nuclear strike on Cuba from a U.S. military base to make it look like the United States had nuked one of the Soviet Union's closest allies and trigger a nuclear holocaust.
Wait, okay, so who is this motherfucker?
One of the guys who hired Big Boss, the guy with the red robot arm.
Okay.
Yeah. He then shoots Zadornov then shoots Hot Coldman.
Oh no.
Yep.
Alright.
But then Amanda and her Sandinista buddies apprehend Zadornov and imprison him on Mother Base.
Amanda?
Yeah, Amanda, one of the Sandinista ladies.
Okay.
I'm really blitzing through this game because
I know. I just lost track.
Yeah. However, the dying Coldman manages to still input the false launch data to trigger the nuclear strike, believing that the ensuing data will trick the United States into believing that the Soviet Union has launched nukes on the United States and trigger a retaliation that will prompt the US to win the Cold War. It is the most batshit insane logic that doesn't really make any fucking sense at all. All you need to know is that Big Boss rides the boss's former horse to catch up to Peace Walker, which then throws itself into Lake Nicaragua.
Why?
Because remember that thing how you said that the correct decision in this situation would be to not fire the
not
nuke?
To nuke anybody.
Oh my god. Did I fucking call that?
You did.
Holy shit, bro.
Because the AI is operated by the boss, Peace Walker decides to sabotage itself and throw itself into Lake Nicaragua.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
God,
Yeah.
I'm a fucking lord, dude.
Yeah. This scene actually fucks. It's like the pod opens and a bunch of white butterflies come out of it for like no reason. Because like just
Wait, no,
really
hold
good.
on. Wait, hold on. Is that not an allusion to the field of whatever the fuck?
Cinematography moments.
I think it might be like it's similar imagery, but like yeah, it's totally
it's an allusion to the butterfly that Snake made out of the C3 in
Oh
the
yeah,
also,
obviously.
I thought it might be a mix of those two things.
Yeah. So this officially ends the Peace Walker incident. After this point, Snake decides that he is okay with being called Big Boss, but he has a little idea. He thinks that having a nuke would actually be kind of neat.
Not gonna disagree.
He has MSF soldiers dive into Lake Nicaragua and recover Peace Walker's nuclear warhead and begin development.
The nuclear warhead in Lake Nicaragua.
I know, right?
That's just a wild concept.
Then has his researchers create Metal Gear Zeke. This effectively makes Big Boss the world's 7th nuclear power.
I fucking hate that, by the way.
And like, okay, here's the thing.
Peace Walker is capable of wielding nukes.
Yeah, all the Metal Gears are capable of launching. All but I think like 1 or 2 are capable of launching nukes.
Like the purpose of Metal Gears was to be a mobile platform for nukes.
Yeah.
An entire singular man, just a
yeah.
nuclear
So
power.
here's I considered saying MSF becomes the world's 7th nuclear power. Like Big Boss possesses other Metal Gears after this. Like he consistently has a Metal Gear and nuclear striking capabilities under whatever organization he runs. He himself is a nuclear power.
Jesus.
I
like,
fucking hate that, by the way.
Big Boss
Yeah, that's
personally.
Not good.
I cannot express how much I hate this.
Hey, Q,
So-
hey Q, same.
So So, after the development of Metal Gear Zeke and their preparations to test it, it is revealed that Paz is actually a spy working for Zero.
Oh, of course.
She begins piloting Metal Gear Zeke, claiming to be working for an organization called Cypher. Now, if that's extremely confusing, it's because it is. From here till like the end of Metal Gear Solid 5, they will refer to the Patriots as Cypher and like do that or like interchangeably. The reason for that is because Cypher means zero. That's literally it.
Right.
It's also revealed that Paz's real name is Pacifica Ocean, but nobody calls her that.
Fucking hate that. I hate that.
Everyone just goes like, no, we're gonna call you Paz. Fuck you. Like even after this like heel turn that she has.
I fucking agree. I
fucking forgot to mention this. Paz voiced by Tara Strong.
I genuinely don't know if Ace Attorney like took this naming thing specifically from
I think
they're just simple-minded puns. I don't think
honestly,
it's as complicated and weird as
I think Kojima was making a PSP game. It was like, I'm just gonna be a bit more goofy. I'm just gonna have some fun.
I think Kojima's just neurodivergent. I think the people that do Phoenix Wright are like normal.
Yeah. I really don't think
okay.
that. I also do not think that any neurotypical person could have made Metal Gear Solid. Like, no, I really don't.
No, absolutely not.
But
I also disagree about
clever enough.
Wait, what was that? What was that, CT?
The names in this game are not clever enough for Ace Attorney.
No.
Like, it's also just not the same brand of clever.
Yeah. Like, it's literally, it's just, like, it's so, like, heavy-handed, and, like, it has no deeper meaning or anything.
That's fair.
It's just, like, none of the names have subtext or anything. Like, literally, the fucking character of this game is Dr. Strangelove. Like, Kojima's just like, yes, Kubrick character who makes bombs.
That's it. That's where his thought process begins and ends. If there was a character in this game whose thing was having a big dick, his name would be Big Dick Man.
Yeah, literally.
I've been playing Ace Attorney for the past like week, and it's just on my brain.
Yeah, Q.
Can we get a time check?
We are at 3 hours.
How far?
We are on slide 44.
From our break point.
I would say we have like a little under 2 hours.
I'm sorry. What?
We have another game after this, and it's kind of we have another game and like a couple more histories after this.
I'm gonna have to dip after this game. It's 2:30 in the morning.
All right.
This
so
would have to be 3 streams, my friend.
I don't. Okay. I'm gonna cut this stream off at a certain point. Like I'm going to split this into 2.
I'm also about to, oh, you meant there's 2 hours total.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant there was 2 hours until you were splitting it.
All right. So, we are going into the next game, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. This game is not Metal Gear Solid 5. The best way you can describe this is a roughly $40 glorified tech demo.
Delightful.
The reason this game exists is because Kojima's studio had just developed the Fox engine, which was basically creating like, his engine for Metal Gear games on the next generation of consoles, and it's a good fucking engine.
Has he split off from?
No. He's still working for Konami. But they've just created this new engine and they want to test it out before like they release an entire game based off of it, just to give people a little taste. However, it was way overpriced and way overhyped, and people thought it was like the next Metal Gear game, but it's like a 2-hour game.
Do they No Man's Sky it a little bit?
Not even that. It wasn't like they had this enormous update that made it all better. Ground Zeroes just does not change.
No, I mean like the initial publicity whiff. Of
I kind of remember a bit of that. So, this game takes place 1 year after the events of Peace Walker. We are now in 1975. Big Boss infiltrates the top secret Camp Omega in Cuba to rescue the captured Chico and Paz. even though Paz was working against him, I guess he still wants to save a child, which is fine. At least he has some bit of a conscience.
Wait,
While he's
what?
Yeah, well, yeah, Paz and Chico are both like kids. They're both like 14.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so it's a child soldier.
Type thing.
I mean, yeah, yeah.
Because he's the Paz is, or she is like a double agent for another agent. That's a child soldier.
Mm-hmm. So, while Big Boss is infiltrating Camp Omega, preparations are taking place on Mother Base for a nuclear inspection. See, the UN has apparently caught wind of the fact that Big Boss's company possesses a nuclear warhead, and they are investigating. Huey in response to this is arranging for the inspection and is told all MSF soldiers to present themselves without weapons as to not seem suspicious. Little does Big Boss know there is no UN inspection team. It's just XOF coming. You know the secret covert strike team led by Skullface. You know, the guy who has a deep-seated hatred for Big Boss and Zero for driving him into darkness. Yeah, that guy. The guy who
driving him into darkness.
Darkness. Hearts, darkness.
Remember, Skullface was the guy who led the counter covert support team for Fox. And basically Skullface's entire existence is known to exactly one person. So he had to live in the shadows basically his entire adult life. And one thing I didn't really cover, it's revealed later on that XOF was supporting Snake during Operation Snake Eater the entire time without anybody knowing.
Hey, this is just a clarifying question. It really doesn't matter, but how old is Big Boss at this point? Because at this point he is 40 years old. He looks.
He is also.
I know war fucks with you, but God.
He's also voiced by Kiefer Sutherland now.
Yes,
because Kojima got a unreasonable budget for this one.
Oh man. I love Kiefer Sutherland. Lost Boy. That is such a gender.
So, Big Boss sneaks into Camp Omega, rescues Chico, extracts him via helicopter, and finds Paz, who has been being tortured. He loads Paz onto a helicopter to find out that she has a bomb implanted inside of her.
Hello?
Yep. An MSF medic, thinking quickly, performs a very hasty battlefield operation and extracts the bomb from Paz's body and chucks it off of the helicopter.
In the shape of a snake.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think that was the case, but it would have been. Yeah,
Time loop.
It's like poetry. It rhymes.
You're telling me it wasn't?
It was not. I don't think it was.
What the fuck, Kojima?
So, after this, surprising nobody. Yeah, it was all a fucking ruse.
Jesus Christ.
What was a ruse? I'm not sure I understand.
They played us like a damn fiddle! There was no nuclear inspection. The entire thing was a front for XOF to plant charges on Mother Base's load-bearing struts and blow it into the fucking sea. Mother Base is attacked and completely destroyed. Very few people survive. Among the survivors are Big Boss, Kazuhiro Miller, the medic, and a few other soldiers. As they're flying away, Paz stands up in the helicopter, walks towards the edge, and says, "There's another bomb," and jumps off the helicopter.
Wait, in her?
They shoved the bomb up her. They put the bomb up her. It's in her vagina.
Awful. That's awful. That's
I feel like it might actually be my time to.
Now, okay. Now, the next two slides are going to ruin Metal Gear Solid 5 for you. I'm so sorry if you wanted to go into the game blind, didn't want to be spoiled, but I wanted to tell this part of the presentation by telling, part of the reason I'm doing this chronologically is you understand this game in a much different light if you have the truth. So, what happens next? The bomb inside of Paz explodes, discharging on the discharging all the passengers in the helicopter. It severely injures Big Boss, but damn near almost kills the MSF medic, who gets in the way and takes the brunt of the shrapnel.
Is this the part where he gets like the horn?
Let me talk. Now,
apologies.
Big Boss and the medic are taken to a hospital in Colombia where they are treated. Big Boss falls into a coma. The medic, however, survives and is awake and conscious.
Oh God.
Now, from this point, Ocelot, who is still working with Zero, learns of all of this taking place and communicates with Zero to come up with a countermeasure. The world, in the aftermath of the MSF of the Mother Base attack, the world basically has kind of turned on Big Boss and his private army, and Big Boss is a target for all sorts of people, including XOF. Now, to keep him safe, Zero and Ocelot propose subjecting the MSF medic to 9 long years of cosmetic surgery, hypnotherapy, and drugs to make him Big Boss's physical and mental doppelganger to serve as a body double.
Oh,
what the
Zero
fuck?
reason for
They
it.
are then located to Cyprus during Big Boss's recovery.
Holy shit, that's fucked.
So, now let's see. Okay, that's all that. Okay. Now, April 30th, 1975, the fall of Saigon and the end of the Vietnam War. June 25th, 1975, the Mozambican War of Independence ends, with Mozambique attaining independence from Portugal. Let's see. 1976, Eli is sent to Great Britain, where he is raised for most of his life. At this time, he is 4 years old.
Oh, okay, I see where this goes.
Skullface, who learns of Zero's location where he's been hiding out, free from the public eye, finds Zero and injects him with a deadly parasite, which he obtained from Kotaker. The parasite will go on to cause Zero's health and mental wellness to rapidly deteriorate with old age and send him into a vegetative state. Zero suspects this and begins research on an AI system that will run the Patriots and carry on his own will after he dies. Now that Zero is completely gone from the public eye, Skullface effectively runs Cypher / the Patriots, and Zero was never seen again. His last known location was Cyprus when he visited Big Boss in the hospital while he was in his coma.
That's like kind of like the links people will do to like preserve an image of like a person. It's kind of like how they keep on preserving like Vladimir Lenin's body, and like there's only like 20% left of him.
Like again,
Yeah.
like the deification of Big Boss has some horrifying implications.
It really does. It really does.
1977, the Mozambican Civil War begins between the ruling party, the Front for Liberation of Mozambique, Frelimo, and the Rhodesian South African-funded Mozambique Resistance Movement, Renamo. Frank Yeager would later come to Mozambique and participate in the conflict as a Renamo soldier, ultimately being rescued by Big Boss after suffering torture. We will talk more about Frank Yeager briefly.
Also understand that, like, the Rhodesian side in that war was one of the most, like, brutal, like...
I have a whole fucking I have a whole fucking slide about that coming up.
I remember.
We are getting to that.
Let's see. 1977, a Freedom of Information Act requests declassifies much of Project MKUltra, a series of highly unethical experiments in brainwashing, psychological conditioning, and mind control performed from 1953 to 1973. Their tests mostly involved tactics such as psychedelic drugs and hypnosis. One of the more scary things I learned about this was it was revealed there was video footage of MKUltra scientists remotely controlling a dog via chips implanted in its brain. They would like
That kind of makes me want to puke.
It's so fucking weird. It's so I'm getting like heart palpitations thinking about it because it's like that shit really happened.
That kind of makes me want to puke, not gonna lie.
I know. Let's see. Hang on. Yeah, February 1979. The Iranian Revolution begins, prompting the Iranian hostage crisis. 1979. Eli goes missing from his handlers and disappears in Africa. He is 7 years old. June 15th, 1979. Joy Division releases their seminal album Unknown Pleasures.
That's just such a peak moment after like.
I know.
all of
It's
this
like I was like, okay,
devastating shit.
things aren't all that bad.
It's like, God, like a 7-year-old boy goes missing. Like MK Ultra is like revealed.
Okay.
Joy
A 7-year-old boy goes missing and becomes a child soldier.
Yeah, and like then
And-
Joy Division.
I think Hideo Kojima was 12 years old when he was listening to this album. Now, the intervening years.
This is all starting to make some fucking sense.
Now, 1979, the Rhodesian Bush War. When the British announced their plans to decolonize southern Africa, the ruling white majority in Rhodesia insisted upon their right to remain in power, issuing a Declaration of Independence acknowledged only by white South Africa and Portuguese Mozambique. In response, two leftist factions, often at odds with each other, called ZAPU and ZANU, I believe the Zimbabwe African People's Union and the Zimbabwe African National Union, formed in resistance, with backing by China, North Korea, and the USSR. The US opted to back the Rhodesian Front, or the White Rhodesians, because naturally the US wanted to oppose the rise of a potential communist regime. This ideological proxy war of decolonization had its tendrils in all neighboring countries, such as Mozambique, which I just mentioned. Let's see.
Fun fact: those shorts that they're wearing in the picture there are called Rhodesian shorts, and were popular with fascists at the time. However, they stopped being used almost immediately in the war because the white soldiers' white legs were extremely easy to spot under nighttime camouflage, and they would kept getting sniped.
And
Very funny.
that is a game design element of Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yes,
I
100% faithfully recreated in MGS5.
Yeah.
That
Very
is
funny, very
incredible,
funny
and
indeed.
as a costume designer, that's really good to know.
Yeah.
Right?
As a result of this huge guerrilla war spanning multiple nearby countries, the White Rhodesians were forced into a political compromise and conceded their power. As a result, Rhodesia became Zimbabwe. It was during this conflict that Frank Yeager, a South African mercenary and former child soldier, likely fighting for either ZAPU or ZANU, as he was known for fighting on the sides of African rebels despite any ideologies, met a young girl named Naomi. Problem is, Frank met Naomi after he killed her parents.
Yikes.
Now, moments before. Now, Naomi was just a young girl at the time and has no memory of this, but Frank felt such guilt that he had done this that he opted to adopt Naomi as his younger sister. The two formed a very close bond and a deep love for each other. Naomi never learned of Frank's deeds, later adopted the name Naomi Hunter in reference to Jaeger's last name being the German for hunter.
That's so fucked.
That's
is
really
incredibly
fucked.
And he never
now,
thought to tell her? God.
1980 to 1983. In 1980, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan begins. Revolver Ocelot,
Revolver Ocelot.
still serving in the GRU as an informant for Cypher, earns the moniker Shalashaska while fighting the Afghan guerrillas, the Mujahideen. In 1980 in Liberia, a boy named Jack is born. Also in this time, Huey and Strangelove have a son named Hal Emmerich. September 22nd, 1980. Iraq launches a full-scale invasion of Iran, triggering the Iran-Iraq War. Both the US and USSR back Iraq out of fear of the ripple effects of the Iranian Revolution. March 30th, 1981. Ronald Reagan is shot and severely wounded during an assassination attempt. He had been in office for 3 months.
Pog moment.
If only he had fucking died.
If only he had fucking died.
Now, unfortunately, this didn't kill him, but the fucking lead poisoning he got from this bullet wound did give him crippling health complications for the rest of his life, and he died in agony.
Good.
Which is extremely funny.
Good, and I will take a road trip one day to piss on his grave.
Mm-hmm. July 10th, 1981.
Join me if you want to.
July 10th, 1981, the movie Escape from New York is released.
Yes.
October 6th, 1981, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat is assassinated. March 23rd, 1983, Reagan announces the SDI. That thing where they were going to shoot nukes out of the sky with lasers.
Oh my god, Star Wars.
Yeah.
Strategic Defense Initiative.
September 23rd, 1983. A Soviet nuclear false alarm occurs when the Soviet Union reports the launch of American Minuteman intercontinental ballistic missiles. The warnings are correctly identified as a false alarm by Stanislav Yevgradovich Petrov, a lieutenant colonel of the Soviet Air Defense Forces, which left him with an official reprimand.
Oh my god, they were like, we wanna fuck them up!
I know.
Was this official reprimand like just a slap on the wrist?
It was like, god damn it, fuck. It was like, it's like, Stan, what the fuck, dude? March 1984. A plane carrying a young Tretty Repanak, also known as the Floating Boy, crashes into the mountains of Ukraine. At the precise same time.
Why is he called the Floating Boy?
Because he's a boy who floats.
Is this Kojima lore or is this real people lore?
He is that guy with the gas mask pictured on the right. This is Kojima lore.
Okay, thank you.
At the precise same time that this happens, a comatose body under research in a nearby Soviet facility awakens, suddenly possessing frightening pyrokinesis. The two freaky little dudes form a kindred bond over their shared spite and hatred, and they start and these great beasts start lumbering their way towards Cyprus, waiting to be born.
Oh, I know who these fuckers are.
Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain, released in 2015 on the PS4, Xbox One, and PC. This gets wild.
I remember my friend telling me about this, and at this point, I was so mentally dead that I started.
This is gonna get fucking insane.
I started speaking in tongues, and I was just like,
a character whom I will refer to as Venom Snake awakens in his hospital bed in Cyprus. He is told by his doctor that he has been comatose for 9 years. He has numerous pieces of shrapnel embedded in his body, mostly in his heart and his skull. One such piece of shrapnel in his skull protrudes from his forehead resembling a horn. Should this shrapnel be removed, he is told it will cause a brain hemorrhage. He is also missing an arm.
This is the guy that I remember.
One day, Venom Snake wakes up in the hospital, told by the doctor in a panic that the invading forces have found him and are trying to kill him. He is told to go into hiding, and his new name will be Ahab. Ahab meets Ishmael.
Of fucking course.
Now a lot happens here, and a female assassin, an XOF paramilitary squad, a floating boy in a straitjacket, and a dude on fire who could shoot bullets from his hands all attack the hospital and try and kill Venom Snake. His only solace during all of this is a guy in bandages named Ishmael, who's telling him how to get out of here, giving him shots of epinephrine to get him on his feet, and guide him out of the hospital. Also, you spend a significant portion of this gameplay sequence staring up his taint.
Wait, isn't the guy who shot bullets out of his hand, from what I know, dead?
I will explain that later.
Okay.
Alright. It appears CT, also I'm looking back over here, it appears CT and York have officially left us. I'm gonna try and zip through this as fast as I can. There's a lot of game here.
Yeah.
Now, Ishmael successfully guides Venom Snake out of the hospital, only to escape by ambulance, crash, be attacked by a flaming whale made of fire that eats a helicopter, and a horse made of fire. His only solace in this situation is Revolver Ocelot.
Oh god.
Revolver Ocelot comes in riding on
the day we rely on Revolver Ocelot.
This is the only game where he is on your side.
Oh god.
This is the only game where he is not an enemy. A Revolver Ocelot picks up Venom Snake on a white horse and rides him away from the hospital. Eventually, Rain stops this man on fire from killing him and Venom Snake.
Going feral.
Ocelot
Wait,
briefs.
is Venom Snake the field medic?
Ocelot tells Venom Snake he is Big Boss.
Okay, got it.
I will elaborate on this at the end of this game, but keep your like guesses in mind for now.
Alright, okay.
So
It's getting more predictable, but
Wait, so
I
is
don't
Venom-
know if that's a good thing.
Is Venom Snake the one in Raps or the one with the trunk in his forehead?
he's the one who's got the
Both?
chunk in his he's the one who's got the chunk in his forehead and the missing arm.
Okay, I think that's
All right, so
Did they give him
Also-
back his eye?
I actually don't know why his raps. I think they just
Isn't
like took
it on the wrong side?
No, his eye is on the right side. Like
okay.
that's all fine. Ocelot briefs Venom Snake on the world affairs of the last 9 years and tells him that his former second in command, Kazuhira Miller, is being held by Soviet forces in Afghanistan. Snake's response is Afghanistan. They then go to Afghanistan. Snake gets a
I feel
robot
like this
arm.
would be a lot fucking funnier if it was South Sudan and he didn't know that South Sudan existed yet as a country.
Like, part of his confusion is that, like, wait, why is there a conflict in Afghanistan? I didn't know about
okay,
this.
that's also pretty funny. Never mind, I
Yeah.
take it back.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what the fuck?
Afghanistan.
Venom Snake gets a robot arm and a new lease on life. Gets a little bit of time to get used to his old self. Sneaks through some Soviet camps. Eventually finds Kazuhira Miller in the village of Dahuandehar. It is here that he learns that they also run into a very bouncy, very fucked up unit of elite XOF members called the Skulls, who all have masks and appear to be cloaked in some mysterious mist. After rescuing Miller and being extracted by helicopter, we get even more homosexuality.
Nice.
Yay!
I swear to God, like the screen cap does not do this scene justice. Like, the music is like dramatically swelling while Kazuhira is while Miller is like giving a more impassionate monologue about how they're gonna get revenge on Cypher, and like
This
leading in
is-
closer and closer while the
That is
music
so
swells.
tender, but my brain is on what is looking like a dog boy or just a dog.
That's a dog. That's a dog.
But-
Because Miller has been running a mercenary company called Diamond Dogs, which is another David Bowie reference. Diamond Dogs in the
How old
intervening
is
years.
Big Boss at
Um,
this point?
this is 1984. He would be 49.
Okay.
So we're assuming that this is Big Boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I am going to be calling him Venom Snake.
Alright.
Miller has been building Diamond Dogs in the same image as MSF, even making a new mother base, now in the waters of the Seychelles, not in the Caribbean anymore. Now that Venom Snake is here, he believes that he could use the legend of Big Boss to bring Diamond Dogs to a force to be reckoned with. So they go about this. Venom Snake begins infiltrating Afghanistan, finding more troops, fighting the Soviets, trying to find information on Cypher, accepting clients from around the world to do their dirty work, mostly the CIA and mostly in support of the Mujahideen fighters, who later become the Taliban.
Great.
Yep.
Alright.
Love the CIA's role.
It
in
is
that.
also
Yeah.
during this time that Venom Snake meets Quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, quiet. Yeah.
She's called that
Quiet.
because she's called that because she's it's because she's quiet.
Quiet.
She
Frog girl.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I just had to like fucking mentally respond to this character. I just fucking can't handle this shit. So
Yeah.
Neither can we.
so Quiet is the same assassin who tried to kill Snake in the hospital, only her attempt was thwarted by Ishmael, who threw a bottle of medical waste at her, prompting her to catch on fire and fall out a window.
Holy shit.
she was treated with parasites, giving her abilities similar to the End, which now allows her to breathe through her skin, which is why she doesn't wear any clothes. I have a great
Kojima. I'm gonna kill him myself.
I have a great quote from Kojima about Quiet, because like when Quiet was announced, people were like, why have you over sexualized this woman, what the fuck, man? And his response was, when you learn the story reason for why she has no clothes, you will be ashamed of your words and deeds.
Big dick moments.
But like, buddy, you were just being horny. Like, you made the character. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But, and who was his character designer?
Well, this was Kojima saying this.
Yeah. I'm all for like a titty out moment, but like
this is blatantly male gaze.
Yeah.
This is just bro. That's just misogyny. That's just classic misogyny, bro.
No, absolutely. Like I'm all for a titty out moment, but yeah. This is just.
Let's see.
If she wants her titties out, that's fine, but she doesn't have autonomy.
Yeah. So eventually, Snake and Quiet form a kindred bond, and Quiet will eventually start going with him on missions. The entire time, she does not speak.
Is she actually mute?
I will get into a reason for that later. On a later mission, Snake finds a Cypher research facility where he recovers Huey Emmerich, finds one of the old boss AI pods, runs into Skullface, and finds his new Metal Gear.
What the fuck happened to Skullface, dude?
He always looked like that.
Oh, I thought he was just a bald dude.
No, I mean he is a bald dude, but he also just has a fucked up face. That's why he's called Skullface.
Oh, okay. The concept art picture used it was just Hitman from Hitman.
Every time I see
Agent 47. God damn it. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Every time I see Huey, I am viscerally reminded. Every time I see Huey, I'm viscerally reminded how much he looks like my creative writing teacher, and it's terrible.
Yeah, Huey looks like a college professor that doesn't want to be there.
No, he's a very wonderful teacher, but God, is it awful.
So, Skullface also introduces his new Metal Gear, Sahelanthropus, which was designed by Huey Emmerich under his command.
What's your name?
It's based off of like I'm pretty sure Sahelanthropus was based off of like the remains of like an ancient humanoid species, like an ancient missing link species.
It's just like a fucking hammerhead. Let's be real.
Yeah, it also looks like a hammerhead. It also like you can't really see it, but like I'm like circling it with my mouse. It has a cot gun.
Shut up.
God.
Yeah.
Shut up.
This is the only Metal Gear to have 2 arms and 2 legs, by the way. It is like the first fully humanoid upright walking Metal Gear.
Penis railgun.
Yep.
I love you, but I'm so mad at you for bringing this up.
I know. I had to though. Now it is also at this time that Ocelot, Miller, and Snake begin interrogating Huey for very suspiciously arranging the nuclear inspection that got Mother Base destroyed in the first place, and very, very conveniently asking MSF soldiers to not be armed during the inspection, and basically directing the inspection team towards all of the load-bearing struts which they pointed C4 on. It almost seems like he did it on purpose. Huey denied any wrongdoing.
As a fucking scientist would.
What an asshole.
I just did what they asked without questioning it at all.
Eventually, Snake finds himself in the Angola-Zaire border region, where he finds a facility called the Devil's House, a former industrial zone. In this industrial zone, he finds a bunch of patients with little headphones jammed into their throats, playing audio from various different languages. Their lungs are bloated and possess bacterial-like growths. It is disgusting. The man on fire shows up at the devil's house, and Snake fights him with a squirt gun.
Do they show the
Wait, that's pretty
loaded
funny.
lungs?
Yeah. Like he discovers that the man on fire is weak to water, so he has Diamond Dog's like elite research team research a squirt gun, and he uses that to fight the man on fire.
Did they show the bloated lungs?
Why do
Yeah.
it's just nerf for nothing?
It's nerf for nothing, dude. I also wanted to take this opportunity to show off how private military forces in Africa are adopting walker gear technology, a sort of bipedal robot used for deployment on the battlefield, equipped with rockets. Basically, you could like stand in these walker gears and drive them around and use them as little like mobile, like personal mobile tanks.
So is this real or is this?
I don't know how real the walker gear is. Like, I don't know like if it's based on anything real, but like this is here to demonstrate that like Metal Gear technology is like penetrating other military forces. And Snake is not happy about this. I also want to show the Fulton balloon. When Snake recruits new people into Diamond Dogs, he like subdues them and like has to like knock them out first. He then attaches a balloon to them, which launches them into the sky and takes them to Mother Base, where they then become
like,
Diamond Dogs.
It looks like he's carrying like a sack of potatoes.
It kind of does, yeah. Like what I also love about the Fulton is that you can use it on your horse. It can just lift an entire horse out of the combat zone.
Just like so indelicate and also humiliating.
Also in Africa, Snake becomes sympathetic to the rampant child soldiers he keeps coming across and chooses to rescue them and take them to Mother Base. It's actually fucking kind of intense. He's given an order from the client to eliminate the enemy combatants being like held, like eliminate the hostages. The hostages are child soldiers. Snake chooses to fake their deaths and simply take them into his care instead of killing actual fucking children. But that's where that meme boss, you killed a child. Amazing, mission complete. That right there is why you're the best boss. That's where that comes from.
I do know what meme you're referring to.
I've really never seen that.
It's hilarious.
No, I've seen it.
It is during this phase of Venom Snake's career that he meets Eli. Eli has taken the moniker White Mamba and has been leading a gang of child soldiers.
Hello?
Yep. Yep. And he has been just Yep. And he has just been leading a bunch of child soldiers doing a little mischief in Central Africa.
Okay, that's very British of him. That seems very consistent.
He is 12 years old at the time of this game.
This just seems very British. It's very consistent.
Yeah, extremely British. Venom Snake subdues.
Ozarks in chat says Lord of the Flies.
It's extreme. Like it's gonna be so much more heavy-handed later.
Oh god.
Venom Snake successfully subdues Eli and takes him back to Mother Base, where he begins to form a deep resentment for Venom Snake. Ocelot, remembering Les Enfants Terribles, asks if Venom Snake wants to take a DNA test with Eli. He agrees. The relationship between them becomes even more hostile, similar to that of a child lashing out at a parent.
Oh, wait,
and it is... Yeah.
No, I should keep this to myself because you said it, but like he kind of looks like Revolver.
You're onto something way, way, way off, but also kind of on. Now, it is about this time.
I apologize.
So, okay, here we go. This is where things really get fucking insane.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Enter Code Talker. Now,
dude,
the guy from earlier.
Yeah. Now,
he looks like shit.
He's old. Like, remember, he's been injecting himself with the end parasites, so he's like really fucking old.
Oh,
he's on some melange bullshit.
I know.
Yeah.
Now, an epidemic breaks out on Mother Base. The cause for the epidemic is unknown, but what is known is the sufferers. Diamond Dog's Kikongo speakers. Why a disease is spreading between speakers of a certain language is unknown, but Snake opts to quarantine them and search for a Navajo scientist named Code Talker. Code Talker is an expert on these microbial parasites, which he identifies as vocal cord parasites, which he was forced to develop under Skullface. The vocal cord parasites are forms of the archaea that he found while resisting Navajo uranium mining. And they are designed to spread and attack based in response to certain languages. Skullface has had Code Talker develop parasites based on several different languages throughout the world, leading him to believe that Skullface plans to wipe out every single language except English from the face of the earth.
Genocide.
Now this next part is fucking insane. This game came out in 2015, and Code Talker has a treatment for the parasite. He treats them using something called Wolbachia bacteria. Now, Wolbachia bacteria hadn't been used in like any medical treatments at the time, but like a year or two later,
it's a real thing. Or...
Yeah, the Wolbachia bacteria was found to be highly effective in treating Zika. Like a year after this.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So like, it actually had some fucking real application. And you're like, Kojima had no real business knowing this or predicting this at all. Now, after rescuing Code Talker and taking him to Mother Base and saving most of Diamond Dogs, he reveals his location, OKB-0. Now that Diamond Dogs is a military powerhouse, Big Boss goes into assault Skullface and sneak into OKB-0. And oh boy, this is gonna be a big one. So Skullface finally comes face to face with Venom Snake. A bit of biography on Skullface. Skullface explains a bit of his life and motivations to Snake as they drive through the desert. As a child in Hungary during World War II, Skullface began harboring a deep resentment for the various factions who took over Hungarian territory and enforced their own languages on the country. He essentially has a resentment that he was forced to never speak his own native tongue, and was like deprived of a lot of his own like culture and personhood by cultural imperialism. As an assassin for the Soviet Union, he enacted his revenge against several such individuals responsible for this, including Joseph Stalin.
That kind of reminds me of the schools in Canada that they sent native kids to.
It is like Skullface's whole thing is like resisting cultural imperialism.
Yeah.
Q, are you still with us?
Residential schools is what you're thinking.
Yeah,
of.
residential.
Right.
Yeah.
My brain is. I'm fucking sleepy as fuck. We need
okay.
We need to end this soon.
Your brain has not responded to Skullface assassinating Joseph Stalin.
No, I heard that. I was just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Who gives a shit?
It was at this point that he defected to the West and met Zero. Ultimately, after taking charge of XOF, he forms a deep resentment for the Patriots and their goals. He then sets out to create his own vision of the boss's future. Unity of the world through retribution. Influenced by the Romanian nihilist Emil Cioran, Skullface sets out to use the English strain of the vocal cord parasite as an ethnic cleanser, to wipe out the English language from the face of the earth, to either kill English speakers or force them into silence. Disrupting the lingua franca is by disrupting the lingua franca, he believes he can shatter Zero's control over a westernized world ravaged by cultural imperialism.
Wait, does this have to do with why Quiet won't speak?
With control of both the parasites and Sahelanthropus' nukes, Skullface intends to bring the Western world to its knees. It doesn't work. So, upon this insane monologue, and with all of Diamond Dogs present, including Eli then meets the floating boy who also being a creature of spite, forms a connection with him. The two then take control of Sahelanthropus and turn it against XOF and Diamond Dogs. It steps on... the mech steps on Skullface, and the man on fire just kind of walks under it on purpose.
Why?
I don't know. I legitimately don't know why that happened.
Each time you don't answer a question, I get more and more nervous.
I'm being intentionally vague about some of these. That one I legitimately don't know the answer.
Fair.
Yeah. Fortunately, Sahelanthropus is also allergic to missiles, and Snake destroys it. At this time, Snake and Miller begin shooting the absolute fuck out of Skullface, but decide to leave him alive to suffer. Huey, in a vain attempt to prove his loyalty, shoots Skullface dead, convincing no one. They then take the remains of Sahelanthropus.
Scientist, bitch ass motherfucker.
Bitch ass scientist motherfucker. They then take the remains of Sahelanthropus back to Mother Base, where they keep it as a sort of trophy of their achievements, and to potentially and not to utilize it, just to kind of keep it as basically use it as a scarecrow. Let's see. Yeah, they choose not to use it. Also on Sahelanthropus are strains of the English vocal cord parasite. They take one. Another is stolen by Eli and the Floating Boy, who remain on Mother Base. The other is missing. But now they've destroyed Metal Gear. The fight's over. It's not over yet.
Of course not.
Hey, remember the man on fire?
Yeah.
That was Volgan. That was Volgan. The fucking the colonel during Operation Snake Eater. After he
shoot bullets out of his hands.
Yeah. After he gets struck by lightning at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3, he is kept alive out of sheer spite and rage and a desire for revenge against Snake.
I see.
So he somehow survives 20 years undergoing like experiments on his body in Moscow.
That's pretty fucked, man.
Yeah. But he ultimately dies, and his body is recovered by Diamond Dogs, as well as the boss's AI pod, which is taken back to Huey's lab on Mother Base for study. Also on Mother Base, Diamond Dogs finally discovers that Quiet was not only the assassin that tried to kill Venom Snake back in Cyprus, but also, via MRIs, determined that a strain of the vocal cord parasite is within her. They do not know what language it is. They are scared of the danger she poses to Diamond Dogs, so Ocelot attempts to interrogate her, but she continues to say nothing.
Babe, I'm a lord?
What was that?
I mean, I don't think that was much of a logical leap on my part, but I'm a lord?
You are a lord.
Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so...
Wait,
hold on. Oni had a question from earlier. I am genuinely confused here why Venom, Snake, and Skullface were talking together.
That was just because like Venom Snake finds Skullface, but was like quickly outnumbered and like taken prisoner, and like then like evil monologue time as they drive through the desert. Like, it's just a quick step. I just wanted to show that like he was still like that was. It's not really worth going into. It's just
they'll find a reason to monologue.
Yeah, it's just an excuse for the trope. Now this next part is hardcore as shit. The room, all the Diamond Dogs officers leave the room, leaving Code Talker and Quiet alone with each other. The two then converse in Navajo, and Quiet.
That's so cool. That's so fucking cool.
And Quiet explains that she carries the English strain of the vocal cord parasite and has taken a vow of silence to protect herself and to keep the parasite from spreading.
That's so badass.
Fucking crazy.
It's
so badass.
Wild as shit.
She's okay. I hate that she's naked, but she's a cool character. I like.
I know. Like the thing.
Why
the
did
thing
you
about,
make her naked?
That's the thing about Kojima. He will make like extremely nuanced and like really hardcore female characters, but like they'll have their tits out the entire time.
Bro, that's so cringe.
Like
cringe.
Like Eva legitimately fucking rules, and like so does the boss, but like they both have their tits out a lot.
How could you get like 99% of the way there to having a good character and then you just fuck it all up because you're so fucking horny? It's cringe.
Like, you have these like big brain moments and then you do that.
And then you're so horny you can't help it. It's cringe, man.
So, to make matters even worse, Eli and his gang of child soldiers then steal Sahelanthropus.
Wait, didn't they already do that? Did they do it again?
They did it again. They steal from Mother Base and then they just fuck off. They are later seen on an island off the coast of Africa where Eli has formed what he calls a kingdom of flies. Yes, it is even more fucking Lord of the Flies.
Okay.
As he does this, he calls Venom Snake father as he jumps into the Metal Gear and flies away. It is also around this time that Ocelot tells Venom Snake that the DNA tests from Eli came back negative, and he is not Venom Snake's son.
Holy shit! Does that mean it's the other dude?
Another epidemic breaks out on Mother Base. The medical wing is completely ravaged by this one. The parasite appears to be mutating as well, affecting the cognitive functions of the medical staff and soldiers in the wing. As Venom Snake investigates this, he finds that every single person there is infected and the Wolbachia no longer works on them. In response, he is forced to shoot and kill every single one of them.
Oh my god.
The remaining soldiers who realize the situation stand at attention and salute as he executes every one of them.
Jesus.
Like, I know he's not a good person, but like, God.
Okay, of all the people in this, it's not that he's a good person, but like he's not like concerned right now.
It's It's like this is just kind of the life he leads. Like,
yeah.
The life of snakes is one that is like filled with horrors beyond like anyone's horror and tragedy beyond anyone's comprehension. So naturally they act like that.
Yeah. And he's like 50-ish by this point.
He's almost 50. In response, Diamond Dog staff then burns the bodies of the dead Diamond Dog staff and scatters their ashes and both scatter their ashes at sea. And Snake also will wear
Snake
the
wasn't infected?
No, he was not infected. He had a gas mask on the whole time. Yeah, he was fine. He wears the ashes of his fallen comrades into battle from here on out. It is later revealed that Huey was involved in the incident. And not only
you just need to kill that little rat.
Huey, now, okay, this is huge. Huey, under several investigations, interrogations, and hearings, it is revealed that Huey Emmerich not only was responsible for the false nuclear inspection on the original Mother Base, not only did he perform experiments on the parasite that led to its mutation, not only did he kill his wife, Dr. Strangelove, and keep her body, and like throw her body in.
What?
Yeah, he fucking threw her body in the AI pod to leave her to suffocate and die. Not only did he use his own 4-year-old son as a guinea pig to drive the Sahelanthropus Metal Gear.
Oh my god.
I hate him. I hate him so much. Like,
but
now
those latter two things are like fucking like scum. Like scummy, horrific things that he should be like executed for, but he makes deliberate actions against MSF and Diamond Dogs, and as the soldiers are calling for him to basically be drawn and quartered and killed, he tells them they are the real demons here. He calls them all out. He fucking like calls every single one of them out for being soldiers of fortune, like mercenary for hire dickbags who have no ideology or any principles, who only yearn for combat and cease to plunge the world into endless war. And how not a single one of them is a hero who's fighting for anything worthwhile.
The worst person
they have
you
an
know
ideology.
made...
At least they have a principle.
Diamond Dogs explicitly, like, none of the whole point of Big Boss's organizations is they have no ideology. They have no, like, like, all of his mercenary...
They say that, but that like, the like, refusal to engage in that is also itself a stance.
Yeah. Like, you could argue for that as well.
Snake this guy...
Yeah.
This guy has no moral compass at all.
Yeah.
The worst person you know just made a point.
Yeah. It was a point. An attempt was made. Huey's mobility aids are removed as he is thrown into a life raft and sent off to sea rather than be just straight up fucking executed. Snake thought this was the more humane choice.
He was wrong, but
yeah,
still cathartic.
Yeah. Quiet is eventually captured by Soviet forces, prompting Snake to travel off into Afghanistan to go rescue her. After an enormous fight with Soviet artillery, they escape in a sandstorm. During the sandstorm, Venom Snake is bitten by a venomous snake.
God damn it.
He falls unconscious and cannot call the support chopper to come help him. The only person present is Quiet. Quiet picks up the radio and, speaking English, calls the chopper to come save Snake's life, and then leaves.
Oh, no.
So, she leaves before she can spread the English parasite into Snake, but now that she has spoken, it will eventually kill her. It is at this point that she leaves Diamond Dogs and is never seen again.
God, that's so fucked.
She literally sacrifices her own life and, like, dooms herself to die in agony so that Snake can live. It is unknown why she decided to work with Snake in the first place. Ocelot theorizes that she was just in love with the legend, just as Ocelot was so long ago.
This has left me in the empty shell of a man.
Speaking of the empty shell of a man, we come to the end of Metal Gear Solid 5. Venom Snake receives a tape. It is labeled "From the Man Who Sold the World." It is from Big Boss. Big Boss reveals the truth of what has taken place over the last year. Not even a year has gone by since Venom Snake awakens and he realizes that he has been mentally conditioned to think, act, and remember the life of Big Boss, believing himself to be Big Boss as well. The real Big Boss is out in hiding somewhere.
I'm going
home. Who the fuck was Ishmael?
Big Boss.
What the fuck?
I need to lie down. I need to take a minute.
Big Boss Big Boss also reveals in this tape that he sees Venom Snake as an equal. He tells him, "We are both Big Boss. You've created your own legend, your own story. You have your own achievements and have created a name and story for yourself. And you can continue to do that. And we can both create the legend of Big Boss together." He sees the two of them as equals and partners, and gives him another tape labeled Operation Intrude N313, which details Big Boss's plans for the Outer Heaven Uprising. 6 years after this, Big Boss will eventually return to the United States and lead Foxhound once again. Under Foxhound, Big Boss will meet his son, David. And that is where we are going to end this tonight. That is where we are going to end part 1 of Mojave Gear Solid.
Hey, Lake. Hey, Lake. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Now,
like, big brain moments, but God.
I have to cut it off here because, like, I'm just, like, I do not have the stamina to go into the next few things because, like, there's an 11-year bit of history that I'm about to cover. There's a lot that's about to go on and a lot more games. But, I So I'm gonna call this a transition. We are going to go from Metal Gear Solid 5 into Metal Gear, the very first game. We are going to see the saga of Big Boss is coming to a close, and we are going to see the beginning of the saga of Solid Snake.
Him.
And an interest I want to take a moment to discuss what Kojima is doing with the 20th century here, because with the exception of a few conflicts we're going to discuss later next time, Kojima theorizes in Metal Gear Solid 4 that the 20th century was the age of deterrence. You know, the Cold War, proxy wars, the nuclear arms race, all designed to, like, you know, amass an army and arsenal to prevent conflict. And in so doing, creating conflict. The 21st century, Kojima theorizes, is the age of control. And what Kojima means by this is a little different than what I've discussed, but COINTELPRO, the Patriots, Zero, the AIs, those are all going to come back with a vengeance. And we'll talk about that next time. So let me go up here. Oh, actually, let me go over to my face cam real quickly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you, everybody who's been here. We're currently at 24 people in chat. Thank you so much. I'm gonna look through my feed to see like what's been going on, because I haven't been paying any attention to it whatsoever. Luxumbra, thanks for fucking raiding with people. Holy shit, hey guys. Ortgoth, thanks for the 2-month resub. I'm fucking here. Mitmouse04, hey Nana, thanks for the 8-month resub. Hell yeah, Metal Gear. Q, thanks for the gift sub to Orzoni. Oh, Mossum, thanks for the sub, great name. Stygian Green, thanks for gifting the sub to Chicken Noodle Soup. Shoal Ale, thanks for the 7 months. Thanks to at Nemesis variant. Oh, I guess York gifted Selfree Calsandra a sub. Mushrooms 33333, thanks for gifting Jackal a sub. Bugboy 63, thanks for 5 months. Let's go. I agree. Stygian Green, thanks for the 7-month Prime sub. Q, thanks for 15 months. Jones Barbecue Foot Massage. Jones Barbecue Foot Massage. Leaves Autumn, thanks for the follow. York, thanks for 8 months. A Mojave to surpass Metal Gear. Ozarks, thanks for the follow. Nodum Leaves, thanks for the follow. So the next stream is going to be a week from today, and we'll cover the rest of the series. Now, I have a bit more tidying up to do, a bit more historical research I want to do. I want to read about the Patriot Act, because that's like, it's something that is like another bullet point in this timeline, but it's extremely important to this narrative. Now, before I wrap up for good, let me tab over to Twitch. Let's see. Anyone I can raid. I'm going to look up people who are doing Metal Gear shit right now. Let's see. Let's find somebody new like I did Bloodborne. Yeah, if you're going to bed right now, good night, but I do want to send people off on a let's see. Let me look for people who are doing Snake Eater. Let's see. There's a guy named Virtuous Hobbs who's in the middle of the Groznygrad segment. Let's see. The fact that he's named Virtuous makes me believe that he's played this game before. Virtuous. Here we go. 11 people. There is currently 23 of us. Starting raid. Beep beep. All right. There we go. I will be streaming between now and the next half of this lore stream. Keep your eye on that. It will most likely be I'm probably gonna do more Dishonored, but frankly, I might get a Metal Gear Solid 5 stream somewhere in there. I've been playing it more on my own time. I kind of want to start from the top again, just so you guys can see that intro sequence and hate me for spoiling that game for you.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, the funniest fucking thing about that is that Skullface prepared his monologue for like 20 years and then delivered it to the wrong guy. Which is hilarious to me. All right.
Yeah.
Sending off on the raid. 15 people. Go get them. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. There we go. Ending stream. Bye-bye.